Hello, everybody, to the first round of Sharjah Masters. Here with you, we'll be covering this round. Uh, International Master Irene Sukandar and me, Grandmaster Tom Kantans. So, hello, everybody. Hello, Irene.
Hello, Toms. Wow, I think this is our first time collaborating together. I'm looking forward to this. And Sharjah Masters Open, Toms, this is one of the strongest open tournaments in the world, and we have so many good names coming in to play, so many good players. And just the first seeded Abdusattor of Nordirberg, he just finished the Grand Chess Tour just yesterday in Romania, and now he's here in Sharjah Masters Open. What a dedication to chess. And we have other names as well. But anyway, Toms, how excited are you for the event?
I mean, yeah, I'm very excited. I actually was not aware completely of how crazy strong it is. I mean, I knew that the top is crazy strong, but I had no idea that the last numbers in the tournament are still extremely strong players. And when I started to scroll down in the list, and I just saw that even the last numbers are just super talented young junior players rated 2450 and up. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy, and will be fun to see how it goes.
Of course, yes. Well, Sergeant Masters Open has a very long tradition of being the strongest open in the world. It's because they have the rating floor of 2500 in the A group, and it is giving me lots of homework to think about as a commentator because I have to remember all of these names and what they achieve and so on. And then it's just it's a long page of names. Like we have a mixture of experienced players and young players as well, and up and coming juniors too. I saw in the list. Of course, we have the experienced player Anish Giri as the second seed. It's gonna be very interesting as well, and Parham Maksudlu as well. And we have the American Samuel Sevian. And also, if I was just scrolling down, we have a few young names here like Ihor Samunenkov and Elham Amar and so many players too. But how many boards are we going to focus on, Toms, on this first round?
Yeah, I would like to see them all, of course. I guess I guess we'll not manage to do that. So I would say the top five boards would be the our main focus here, and uh, and then if we also notice some very exciting games running on some lower boards, we can switch to any of those, as as I'm sure that yeah, there will be a lot of exciting games running in the same time. So of course we cannot just see all of them. Also, if you viewers have some particular games that you would like to see, you can let us know in the chat, and if it will be possible, we also take a look at those. If there's anybody that you're especially cheering for or some particularly interesting position, just reminding that due to anti-cheating reasons, like in most of the tournaments, there is a delay for 15 minutes for the broadcast, so don't be surprised that you have a feeling that we are ignoring your messages. It might be just that it takes us at least those 15 minutes to answer to you.
Right. So, Sergio Masters Open always takes the anti-cheating regulation very seriously, and the 15-minute delay is one of the policies. For that, it's a very standard procedure. So, it's also to make everyone comfortable, both the players and the organizers as well, because there are so many strong names in the field, and they would like to provide the best for the players. And not only the A group. Sergio Masters Open also has two other groups with lower rating floors, the B group and the C group. So it also shows that they're not only focusing for the elite players, but they're also giving the platform for other level of chess players to also compete and experience this one of the strongest tournaments in the world.
And how you had a chance yourself to take part in this festival?
Yes, yes, I did. Back then it was only two groups though. I think it was like 2400s and above and 2400s and below. Back in hang on. 2019, something like that. It was one of the first Sharjah Masters Open, and since then they've been growing and growing in terms of numbers and prize money and everything else. So it's good to see how such a tournament, like a chess tournament, giving lots of good tradition, and it's also very good news for the players as well because it means that they can play, they can play chess, but they can also get something out of it monetarily. So not only about their passion for chess, but also for their living standards too. And we have live cameras too, right, Tom's, for the five boards. So we'll be able to see how the players are playing their moves and to see. Oh, by the way, the venue of the Sharjah Masters Open is one of the biggest chess clubs in the world. So it's also very important to note that this chess club located in the United Arab Emirates is one of the biggest chess clubs in the world. So I was also very fortunate to be able to visit the club in a few of my tournaments. And it's always very, very a nice experience and a very comfortable venue for players to play at.
Oh wow, yeah, I would actually never imagine just by looking at the pictures that this is a chess club, not some big exhibition hall or something like this. So it is incredible that chess is being supported in that kind of way. And and yeah, we do have live cameras from the top five boards. Uh, we can try to take a look at what is visible in those as well right now. And players still didn't make the first moves. Yeah, like board one, we had a little bit blocked view at the moment, and there is being done the ceremonial first move, and it's being done right in front of our camera, so we don't see very much. But right now, yeah, we see the in the background the playing menu, and here board two, where it's already Anish Giri is waiting for the start of the round. The second seed of the tournament, one of the favorites, of course, also to win the event, of course, as any event that he's playing in. And is there any player, for example, for you that you would particularly like to point out that could surprise us here with a great performance?
Of course, there's one particular player. So, in the field of many, I think it's pretty much 98 or 99% male players, there is one that caught my eye. It's Grandmaster Zhu Jiner from China. She just won the FIDE Women's Candidates. Sorry, the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. So she is one of the two with Alexandra Gorychkina who qualified for the FIDE candidates. So it's interesting that she just finished the last leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Austria, and now she's here in Sharjah playing on the 10th board against Nguyen Ngoc Trongson, one of the best Vietnamese players.
Yeah, it's such a big dedication by the players just to be finishing so tough, so demanding tournaments and just immediately uh, be on the way for the next event and not less demanding in any way.
Yes. And also, if you see it on the fourth board, Toms, it's an all-American clash between Savian and Andy Woodward. And as we know, Andy Woodward has been rising up prominently right now as a top young American junior. And yeah, it's good to see that he starts playing in the open tournaments outside of the US and the Europe. And here we see it on the fourth board. It's also going to be very interesting because Andy is very well known as well for a very, that he has a very interesting preparation. Like he has a very interesting opening choice. Of course, he's the beast if you're playing against him in bullet. I think he's rated about, I don't know, 3200 or something. Like he's totally a beast. But now we'll see. He's gonna be in live action in the standard game, and let's remind us about the time control times,
Yeah, so the
because
time control in this event is a bit different than lately it's been used in the highest level tournaments, which is only 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. till the end of the game with no additional time at any other point in the game. Nothing after move 40, nothing after move 60. So it means just that players do need to pay very, very big attention to the time management. And for sure, we are going to see a lot of excitement at the end of the games, a lot of time trouble. And even though it's a super high level tournament, I'm sure also we're going to see a lot of blunders.
Yes, yes. Oh, I just cannot wait for I would suggest about the third, no, about the fourth hour of the event. It's usually yeah, when people or the players are having the time scramble. And we have a liftoff of apparently. I think there's been some ceremonial first move on the top board, probably on the first board between Saturaman versus Nordirbak Abdusattorov. So we'll see it on the board very, very soon. And yeah, it's the first day. It's first day. So there's been many ceremonial things like the move, speeches, and everything else, and it's delaying the starting of the first move as well. So it's very understandable and it's very yeah, it's very usual.
And even if you go also lower in general on the list, yeah, we have yeah, just you can scroll down and down, and it just never stops amazing the number of the super strong players that are in the list. And in general, we have 19 people above 2600 rating, which is such a considered to be such a like a magical marker to almost like to divide the grandmasters in the class. I'd say that yeah, if you say that you are about 2600, it's like oh yeah, it's it means something else than what you just said that you're a grandmaster. Yeah, we have 19 of those and eight people from top 100, which we can also actually see, which are the top players in the event. So here we have, um, yeah, the players' ratings with their rank and the top seed Abusatro Norbirek, who is at the moment ranked number 6 in the world. Then Anish Giri at the moment has fallen to the rank number 18, but has been at the very, very top for well as long as I can remember since he happens to be exactly my age. Then yeah, I have seen his entire career and just always been on the top and yeah, and then we have numbers 30, 37, 53, 59, 89, and even number 8 in the tournament is still number 92 in the world. So truly uh, fantastic lineup here.
Yeah, very, very fantastic. And I think we have a liftoff, Toms. We can go straight to one of the games. Which one would you like to look at?
I guess we can start with the board one immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so where we have Sethuraman from India playing against Abusatoro, who, as you pointed out, is just freshly arrived over there and probably like just a little bit stepping aside still from the moves. In this kind of unique situation, when you just finish a tournament and you just arrive, uh, like there is this thing that very often players need to get into the tournament in the first rounds, that they're still kind of warming up, and sometimes the first round performance is maybe affected by that. In this kind of case, when you just arrive from the tournament to tournament, do you still feel like you need to warm up, or do you? Uh, or they are completely in the action. Or new tournament means new necessity to actually, again to adjust.
Well, I think it's different from time to time. Okay, I mean, for Abdusattorov, I think it's very understandable. He's still very young, and he's being invited to many of these tournaments as well. So not to lose any opportunity by declining the invitation. So I think it's very understandable that he's been everywhere in the world, playing all of these events. But as for me, sometimes my second My second tournament usually performs better because I get already all this warm up from the first event. So yeah, or sometimes even the second event is even worse. So it would be actually depending on how I performed on the first event and how my mood level and my health and everything else. So but yeah, but these days I try not to play back-to-back tournament a lot because it's just consuming all of my life.
Yeah, I actually I used to play back-to-back tournaments as a normal thing, and I would sometimes even feel that at the end of the second tournament, I'm only starting to be in my top shape. But at the moment, I can't imagine anymore that being the case, and one tournament seems to be taking already so much.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, when was the last time you played a back-to-back tournament?
Wow, I don't I don't remember. It's been years already. I guess yeah. Must have been over the years. There have been, I think, cases with mul like few days in between,
Mm-hmm.
but just one after another. Let's say with a day or less in between. Yeah, I can't even remember. Could be more than 5 years already.
Wow, yeah. Okay, so what do we have here on the board? And we have a Sicilian.
Yeah, we have Sicilian and kind of a closed setup of Sicilian. And so if we just go back move by move, so here in choosing bishop b5, so there's a Rosolimo line, which is probably now the main reply against an attempt to play Najdorf. We don't really see people accepting main Najdorf lines in the highest level, but usually they are just opting to go for some sort of a closed setup, maybe trying to get out of theoretical lines earlier and just playing chess with more pieces, and which is in general the trend towards what the chess is going nowadays, avoiding theory from the both sides as early as possible and just playing something random.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Yeah,
here we,
go ahead.
yeah, so here we have 97 line, which used to be considered as the most aggressive one against bishop e5. I don't know if it's considered like that anymore. It was always what my coaches were telling me when I was learning Sicilian from the black side years ago. And uh, and then white has a choice of if to take on d7 and go for something like d4 and playing similar something to the open Sicilian, yet in a more uh, positional manner, or just to be retreating back like we saw in the game with a move like bishop d3 and still keeping all the pieces on the board and just playing maneuvering kind of game.
Yeah, this Bishop Diffrey seems also to be in the trend, and I think it was also popularized by Westminster in one of his chessable courses a few years back already. And I think it's for me, I think I need some updating on it. So Seturaman decided to play Bishop D3, E6, and normally when you put the bishop on D3, you would like to control the center. So he followed it up with c3 very soon because he would like to also play a move like d4, and this is a very standard setup for this type of position.
Yeah, and so c3, and that's what he does, and just gets the pawn to d4. What I really like is the 97-96 maneuver, and that's also something that we are seeing as a trend appearing in the last years, which was actually not the case, really seriously considered for, I mean, I would say even at all. Like, we don't see that kind of maneuvers too much in the older games. But nowadays there are so many lines, so many openings where exactly this manner of knight coming to e7, then coming to g6 is used. So the point of those is that first of all, the knight is not getting hit by any moves like e5, so we are not going to be losing tempos with that. We have possibility to get the queen out sometimes if necessary, to f6 and to be playing for some attacking ideas. And also the knight is faster going to the f8 square, where it's could be in some cases defending against potential attacks on h7. Of course, it's a very, very long in the future, but if we just follow some games, very often it is that after short castle, black is removing the rook from f8 and then putting one of the knights instead of the rook on f8. So this is again from this kind of same principle, just trying to mix things up as much as possible uh, early on in the opening. And I'm also liking this 97, 96 ideas, and I'm trying to deploy them wherever possible now in my game. So I'm happy to see that also here in this game already by Augusto Toro.
Yeah, very well noted, Toms. Yes, and thanks for explaining it to us because I was also wondering why so many players these days omit to play this type of maneuver with the knight and no longer going to f6 but to g6. And yeah, you made a very good point there. You don't want to lose time by interacting with anything to do with e4, e5, but and also at the same time, the bishop on c2 is kind of like a dangerous bishop in this type of structure. And usually, if you open up with e5, then this diagonal from b1 to h7 is going to be a very nice diagonal for the bishop, especially if you can collaborate it with any of other pieces, like with the battery with the queen, perhaps, or some hoping with the knight to g5. That's also kind of also like a typical ideas. But with this knight g6, it kind of like solve all of this problem. And therefore, after this, I'm going to expect that Abdusattorov here is going to advance more in the queen side, perhaps playing something like b5, bishop b7, because I think he can rest assured that the king side is pretty much safe for black.
Yeah, it seems yeah, very, very safe. And exactly like you also pointed out, one more point on this, that g5 square exactly is also now covered, since we don't have to worry about any bishop g5, knight g5. It's immediately taken care of. So we don't need to waste time also on moves like h6, which we often see as a move. So a lot of advantages in just with a cost of one extra move in the development of the knight. So if white is playing the slow kind of opening, like we saw, bishop coming to d3, then to c2, and in this kind of manner, developing pieces, then black has time also to do this extra move and set up pieces in this somewhat unusual manner.
Mhm. Okay, so after bishop e7 and castle, and now Sethuraman is deep into thought because he has to come up with some sort of a plan here because he cannot just come up with one by one moves, but he has to decide where he wants to play, what sort of strategy that he would like to plan out. Shall we take a look on the second board, Tom's, between Anish Giri and Rinat Jumabayev, because it is also a very exciting match already on the first round. Usually this type of match, you might only see it, like towards the middle of the tournament, third, fourth round maybe, but now already on the first round, we are seeing such a incredible match. So as we know, Anish Giri is a number one Dutch player, and Rinat Jumabayev is number one Kazakh player. So let's see what they have on the board.
We don't have much on the board, which is surprising, as the opening is not very advanced. But I guess
Mm.
Jumbayo Rinat is just trying to figure out where Anish could be looking to outplay him and surprise him. It's hard to imagine that he doesn't remember theory already by move 5 in such a mainstream opening. So yeah, knight c3, quickly played by Anish Giri, and so we have an English opening, the open kind of, I don't know the proper kind of the name when it goes for d5, if the name of the opening changes or no.
I can
Uh,
help you with that because thanks to the feature in Lichess, the master database, we know that the eco code for this one is 820. And since there are not so many moves being played, it's still being called the English Opening King's English variation. To be honest, I also don't know what exactly was the name of this variation, Toms. So, but again, I can always try to look at the corner right of the page of Lichess and then just see, what is the name of this opening. To be honest, there's so many variations. Like sometimes I play my online chess and then I was like, I've been playing this type of variation for so many times, but without knowing what is exactly the name of it. So yeah, for our dear viewers, yeah, please exploit this feature because this is actually a very great feature from Lichess.
yeah, certainly. Just it is a great one, and it also can make you feel very, very uh, appear like very smart if you just speak about the stuff and don't tell people that it's actually there. But yeah, I did not have an opening three open at this moment for me, so I that's why I was wondering what is the name. Uh, okay, so knight f6.
Yes, Tom's. This puzzles me. So knight goes back to f6. I've seen in a few of variations, not exactly an English opening like this, where, you know, in the modern approach right now, players can pretty much do anything. We've seen this position with knight b6. This is like the classical um, main line, usually what we saw, or what else can it be? I think knight b6 is there. And I don't see much of many games playing knight takes c3, but please explain it to us. What's happening with this knight f6?
Yeah, I would have to first of all understand it on my own. I am not an expert in this opening by any means. I usually don't choose myself the setups with d5, as they seem to be somehow too forcing for my liking. And knight f6, so the point of it, like my first idea is to just, yeah, I don't have an opening three, I don't have an engine, so this is all just me looking at that knight f6 move for the first time. And I would just think that he doesn't like the knight to be cut off in the queen side, and he is gonna be looking to do some different sort of setup, maybe with like bishop d6, just quick castle, and then maybe get a Sicilian-like structure, like with c5, and just creating a Morozzi bind type of play. And in that case, knight on f6 could be more useful than on b6, since it's covering some squares. Maybe e4 is an important resource in some of the cases that we need to push it. So let's say if we play something like c6 or knight c6, then coming bishop f5, and then at some point to be able to answer d4 with d4, and then of course as well the knight is very very helpful there. Or or does it stop any of the ideas with knight developing to f3 as e4 now is a possibility?
That's a very good question, and I will help you with that. I was, again, using this feature on Lichess, the Masters database, not only to see what's the name of the opening, but also to see the reference games. And I've seen one of the games here that was played by Erigaisi Arjun and Tamir Nabati. And after knight f6, Tom, we can just see it as our reference. Knight f3 was played, so the move knight f6, it didn't really hinder the knight to go to f3 because of e4. And after knight f3, knight c6, castle h6. Okay, this is really puzzling me. Okay, but let's see the coming more moves. It's even more confusing. Castle, sorry, uh, knight c3. Sorry, h6, b4. Yes, the b4 move was played,
Oh
and
wow.
after b4 it was e4. So don't bother taking the b4 pawn yet. You just play e4, attacking this knight on f3, knight e1, and then now you take on b4 with the bishop. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop e4, castle, and the knight deflops back to c2. And after that, bishop a5, and it was kind of a long game, which eventually white won. So this could be one of the ideas on how abstract the variation is. You can actually play in the center, you can play in the queen side, you can play whatever you want. So knight f6 promises us that the game will not be boring.
Oh wow, yeah, this is crazy, but also it looks pretty nice, just visually from the white side to me, like the
Mm-hmm.
final position. Was a lot of fireworks, but we did exchange the central pawn for a b pawn. Two active bishops. The one from c1 is ready to join the game either on the long diagonal here or after d4 on this diagonal. And we have a b file on which to play. The semi-open files where we can target pawns. They are considered to be pretty good. And the bishop on a5, is it not out of the game? Like if you set up any of the setup with d4, then it could be just stuck behind there a bit. We have knight
Right.
f3, knight c6 played as the moves. That's why we had a sudden jump in the position. And yeah, maybe that's what we are going to see on the board as well. That would be exciting. And just slowly, a little bit, speaking on the B4 idea and why it is played at all, because it might be confusing to some of the viewers. What is this move? The two pieces can take it. So the point is that, of course, if the knight takes, then we can immediately take the pawn on e5. But if the bishop takes, then one of the following two things could happen. So either queen a4, immediately using the spin, and then looking to take on e5 and capturing on c6, or the typical kind of motive that is used in a lot of openings that after we sacrifice the b pawn, we just take on e5 immediately, and after capture on e5, we can give a check, attacking the bishop, and defending it doesn't help because we can still just take, and take it back in this kind of manner. And now the black's pawn structure is pretty damaged.
Yeah. But it also very important to note the importance of h6 because when you are preparing to play e5, e4, you have to prevent the knight to go to g5 because then it will be lots of pressure for your pawn on e4. So yeah, I was a bit I puzzled before, right? After h6, is it really necessary? The knight will not get pinned on g5 anyway. But when I saw what happened on the next move that black was intending to play e4, now everything makes sense. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. And I was looking at other games as well, Tom's, that the idea of b4 is pretty much happens in most of the games. So sometimes some of the games black tried to prevent it by playing a5. So in this type of position, white has one of white's main ideas is to play b4 to give this side counter attack and then to also weakening black center. So, and it has been played by so many good grandmasters, even like Carlsen, Wesley So, Jeffrey Chong. There's also, there's so many good grandmasters. So yeah, I think I will also have to update myself on this variation because this is very interesting.
Yeah, certainly. Maybe this variation is also gonna make me want to play d5 as a line there. And yeah, so now Renat is thinking once again, and maybe choosing if to go for this crazy kind of setup or to play something much more calm and just to develop pieces in a regular kind of fashion. Also, just thinking if the b4 is the idea, just I will just immediately my thought process is, what if I just go a5 and then I proceed with my usual plan? But then I assume that
Yeah, then e4 doesn't look very promising anymore because at some point you might actually have your knight to b5, bishop f4, this type of stuff. But of course, when you played f5, then you have to switch to another type of strategy or plans, right? You cannot any longer play your main intention of b4 and then go for this type of setup. So yeah, f5 is of course a very playable move, but I think it has some minuses and pluses as well.
Yeah, and of course, whenever you're playing with black pieces and white is only developing pieces, and what you're doing is moving pawns on the side of the board, that's a dangerous strategy, which, if you're not careful, can just make you be somewhere way, way behind in the development and just not in time to get your king to safety.
Definitely.
Just a quick note. I'm sorry, but yeah, since now we are once again having more people in the watching us, that's reminding that yeah, we see the chat messages with a 15-minute delay since the broadcast is delayed 15 minutes. Maybe also we can pin those information somewhere in the chat that people do know that as well.
Well, Lichess moderator, do your magic. Okay, I think we can quickly see other games as well because soon the opening stage will be over in most of the games. But the one that definitely is not over yet, the opening between Aditya Mittal versus Paham Maksudlu on the third board because they just barely played the game now.
Wow, what is happening? Uh, no, I think this is actually the live boards being a little bit behind. If we take a look at the camera feed,
Oh
we can
yeah.
see way more pieces. At least what I for sure see is that there's a pawn on a5 already, and it means that there should be quite a lot of moves played already to justify playing a5 from the black side here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think we can leave this one out for a bit until everything is fixes on this third board because on what we're going to see on the fourth board is wow, lots of moves and I need your expert explanation on this variation, Toms, please take it away.
Yeah, let me just catch up with the. Oh well, okay. So we have another Sicilian,
Yep.
Najdorf. This time, the open Sicilian was accepted, which is yeah, exactly when I said that it's not getting accepted anymore. We see it. And here the interesting part, and just to give some context to people, in this particular position, White has more than 10 different moves that they can play, and all have some opening ideas, some sort of a point. And if you're playing neither from the black side, you have to know all of them, or you have to be at least aware of general ideas, what are happening there, what could be the plans. And even though the Najdorf is just from the analytical perspective, very, very sound opening and everything comes together great there. But the hardship is that you have to know what to do against all of those lines. I don't remember what was the count. I think it was 12 different moves was here, but
I think it's 12 actually. We can show it on the board one by one. So we have our own counts. Let's do for the bishop on f1 because you can play to three different moves there.
so we have bishop e2, bishop d3, bishop c4. All of the moves
Yeah, we have three
have a
now.
point. So we
The other
have
bishop.
bishop coming to g5, not to f4, then
No.
to e3. So that's two moves. I think bishop d2 is not exactly there.
No, I don't think bishop d2 is a move. Yeah. Okay, so we already have five there. Let's do the okay, before we move to the pawns, let's do the queen.
The queen coming to d3
D3,
is
yes.
played. I think queen coming to f3 is also again is played.
I'm
I'm
not sure about
not
f3, but
sure.
maybe. But d3, I've seen it in many top level games. So
And certainly queen e2 as well is a move.
mhm.
So yeah, I don't know if queen f3 now or just some moves later. But okay, let's leave it at that. And then
The pawns.
so we have a3, a4, I think.
Yep, it's already 9 now. I'm counting. Don't worry, I'm counting.
So we have
And
h3, preparing
mhm,
g4 move, and
the
we
f
have
pawn, f3, f4.
f4, yeah.
And also we have okay, sometimes people try to transpose this to some sort of a uh, the main line of e5. So they play knight b3 a bit
Oh
early,
yeah, knight b3 is also here. It's commonly played as well
and
for.
g3 too sometimes.
Oh, and g3.
Although,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not too sure about G3, but yeah. But anyway, this shows like whenever you're offering yourself that, hey, I'm gonna play with Knight of Sicilian, which variation are you gonna play against me? You know, it's already showing some guts that you're such a brave player that you're ready to come with any sort of possibilities on the board because you might never know what your opponent will come up with, and this yeah, that's why Night of is one of the most complicated openings in chess. But show us what happened in the game, which variation that Savian did finally choose.
So he chose bishop g5, which is statistically the main move. With I think it's statistically the main move, mainly due to the older games, and nowadays people are trying to do some other approaches just to avoid the poison pawn line on b2,
Mhm.
which is leading to 40 moves of theory, and then white playing very, very, very slightly better endgame, but with very small chances to actually win it. And but that kind of endgame, which after 40 moves does not leave many pieces on the board. But 97 is the fighting line. 97 is some players are not even considering e6 at all because then you can end up having to make a draw from the black side. And 97 is again just considered the line where you are trying to keep your options open as much as possible. And young player, energetic player as Andy, yeah, he's choosing this kind of line. And a3 by Sevian. Here, yeah, the idea I guess is simply to make space for the bishop. What we are gonna see also in a few moves, just a waiting move. There's a lot of waiting moves in Sicilian in different lines of Sicilian, different moments all over, and they have different points as well. Uh, I would assume it's because it's just to make place for the bishop on a2, as that's what's happened in the game. But I don't know if it's the main point. Is there some other idea behind it?
I think it's just a preparation against Queen B6 anyway, because I don't know. This also, I mean, this is a nice waiting move, but it also shows that usually if you play a3, you're getting ready against all of this stuff with b5, b4, and normally you wouldn't like to castle alongside because otherwise your king would get attacked. But I was just looking at the game until um, the very present position. It actually happened, but without the b5 pawn. So what we are going to see is kind of like a position where we call it with Dragendorf, probably, where you started with Najdorf, but then you ended up having a dragon type of position with a fianchetto bishop on g7. So yeah, I mean that's interesting because always go for a pair of bishops, which what Andy Woodward is currently having, but White's position is also very nice, so it offers us quite an interesting battle.
Yeah, and yeah, what I'm doing is we are getting the, I got the camera feedback, so we can just see the board also with the players on, I hope. Let me just make sure that it's, yeah, we have the cameras. For a moment, there was some connection issue, but they're back. So we see the players and uh, Samuel Sevian, is he sleeping?
Well, well, again, they're coming from the US, right? And there should be some time difference, and we don't know when they arrive to Sharjah. If they have enough time to adjust with the jet lag, then good for them. Otherwise, you might caught yourself almost falling asleep on the board. But before we take a deep dive into the game, Toms, I was just noticing my fellow female players in the field as well. I just saw that Bibisar Asabayeva and Inyach, Theodora Inyach, they're also playing. I know for some there might be some question that well, the A group is for the 2500s and above, but some of the players they can get some wild cards. So, for example, Bibisara Asabayeva, of course, we know her as one of the best, actually the current number one Kazakh female player. And as for Inyach Theodora, she is the current European champion. And if you scroll down a bit, we have the Messi of chess. Faustino is also taking part in the A group. So in the rounds to come, I'm very very hopeful that Faustino will come up to the live board. Uh, so we both can see how he's going to perform in the top boards against all of these elite players.
Uh, I think actually all the boards are live boards technically, just such a note.
No, I mean in the live
Yeah.
cameras, more to the live cameras.
Yeah, but it would take some really, really spectacular performance by him as the last seed to be reaching the top boards, since in any matchup he is gonna be paired as the last one in the group, and so he's gonna be playing in the last boards from that group. So he would need to score something like 4 out of 4 to be reaching
Yeah.
the very, very top. But best of luck for him, and that would be certainly very exciting if he would manage to do that. And just turning to the game, we saw the A3 move where we stopped. So H6 was played by Black quick, rather quickly. Quick answer of taking on H6. So usually you don't want to give up your bishops in the opening, but White is just trying to play for an idea that the Black's bishop, the dark square bishop, is not going to be maybe that powerful of a piece, and that justifies it. Or alternatively, yeah, that White is going to have a very, very strong bishop. So my point was that if we play with a setup of e6 and bishop e7, then dark square bishop is not doing very much from the black side. And if we do play with the g6 like it was in the game, then White's bishop is doing a fantastic job on this very long, very powerful diagonal here. So this is something that White kind of wins by playing bishop g5, and they do win a tempo since Black did play h6. So they are slightly ahead in development.
Mhm. Yeah, so bishop c4. And yeah, just to just a little bit there after bishop c4, obviously, uh, Black still can play, the normal type of Schwenningen structure or Sozin or this type of Najdorf by playing e6. But this is not what Andy Woodward chose. Instead, he chose to play the dragon type position by playing g6. And this is where things gets more interesting.
And now queen d3 with an intention to castle queenside very, very quickly. So that's what we also see. Both players castling. Nothing fancy before castles are done. I mean, that's the way you should, in theory, avoid approach chess, not avoid. So yeah, just develop your pieces, centralize them, and only then look for some crazy middle game ideas. And now, yeah, Andy had the last piece to develop, the light square bishop from c8, and the only square where it made sense, like you could move it, was to d7 right now. So that's where he goes with it. And he also did it rather quickly, so it would seem that this setup, this line, is nothing new to him. And actually, what we are seeing, I actually thought that Andy is the one thinking, and that's why uh, Samuel is having this sort of position by the board. But no, it's his move, and and he is visually having a nap there. But maybe he is trying to remember some lines. Just recall, as nowadays players are working with the computers all the time, and they are used to seeing a board in two-dimensional format. So whenever they are having to look at the regular chessboard, the brain is not clicking so much to remember things. And when they close their eyes, they can imagine in their head this computer kind of board, and it helps to uh, memorize things a little bit. Uh, can you relate to this in any way? Do you also have this kind of
No, I
approach?
cannot relate. I cannot relate. I'm an old school player, Toms, that I'm trying to limit myself with computer as much as I can. But of course, now computer comes you know, it is a necessity these days for chess players to work with computer, but I still would like to improve my own understanding, because not I'm not trying to make my computer smarter, but I'd still like to try to make my own brain smarter, because I think there are still so many things that I'd like to explore with my own brain before I have to seek help from a computer. And yeah, what you were saying was, I think it's probably true that he was trying to try to remember what he was preparing. But even if he didn't prepare anything of this at all, the position gives more options for white on what plan to choose from. Like, for example, you play f3, g4. That's one idea, or exactly what Savian just played just now, h4. But as for black, there is a reason why Andy Woodward played bishop d7 very quickly, because if you see the position, there's nothing else pretty much happening on the board for black. All you have to do is to get your pieces out on the queen side, bishop d7, rook c8, queen a5, something like that, while at the same time trying to assess whether the attack on the king side is that prominent for black to prevent, or he would just come up with his own plan by playing all of these moves, rook c8, queen a5. And after h4 is now on the board, what do you think is going to happen here? Will Andy play these developing moves, or will he react to the h4 move and then somehow try to anticipate Savian's attack?
I think for now he is still gonna ignore the h4 move, as it doesn't seem like it achieves too much. But just as I said it, I actually maybe also noticed some idea. So let's say rook c8, and if he does push h5, my first instinct was that we can always answer g5 if we need to. But g5 actually would leave a very, very big hole on f5 where white could land with their knight. And in some scenarios, if black would ever decide to take this one, then this bishop becomes even more powerful, as there is no way to cover this diagonal anymore. So that's like a monster bishop shooting from far away from a2, like the dream situation from the bishop, just being supported by its own pawns, being hiding behind the pawns, and just not disturbing other pieces, and having very, very active ideas. Maybe now it doesn't work because of some knight g4, bishop takes c3, uh,
But
or
that's why,
stuff like that.
sorry to cut you there, but I just suddenly have this idea. Just following up with your own idea about this knight f5. What if we sacrifice our pawn? Because by now I think our Lichess viewers would already know. Whenever I commentate, I would always like to sacrifice and then come up with this type of ideas. So instead of playing knight f5, can we play e5? And then after e5, d e5, and then you play knight f5. So this is also another thing that I like to play with the opposite colored bishop, because I like to attack. It doesn't matter how much or how many pieces that I would like to sacrifice. I just like to attack. So knight f5, I don't know, maybe it's wrong, but it's just interesting.
Yeah, it is certainly interesting. We get a lot of initiative from the white side, so it's a lot of capturing, a lot of attacking, so very forced moves. Probably queen a5 is also a forced move from the black side, and now it would be a big moment from white to decide for a follow-up before they are hit with a very, very annoying rook takes c3.
And
So
then here in this position, I would like to prove to my opponent that, hey, my bishop on a2 is standing better than the bishop on g7, even though, of course, technically speaking or materially speaking, in this position, white is down a pawn. So what if we continue by playing knight e4? Just to showcase the idea, knight e4, queen e4, and then stop there, and then we evaluate the position. So my next idea probably is something like double up, probably like rook d7 and then rook d1, because f7 will never be played, or anything with c3, bishop b1, trying to use this free light diagonals for the bishop. And then again, you see, like the bishop on a2 compared to the bishop on g7, they're just like so much different.
Yeah, if we would have to stay with the king on g8 and would not be able to move, I would also very much like this from the white side. Uh, just I think black could be able to generate enough counter game on their own with f5 e4
Mhm.
ideas and getting the bishop in the game from g7. If we would somehow switch the pawn from f2 with a queen and manage to block the bishop permanently, that would be yeah very very dreamy scenario where our bishop could dominate the uh, white's bishop. But this could get very messy very quickly. Of course, it requires a lot of precise calculation, as we have here most like rook d7, f5, queen b7 maybe, and then fireworks are just starting. And yeah, and
Yeah,
who knows
it's
what's
gonna
happening.
Yeah, it's gonna be very messy, of course. Another idea is to stop f5 by playing g4, but I know it's quite a stretch. It's quite a stretch, but this could be just one possibility for Sevilla to think about on how to keep going with the game. But do we have a move yet? No, h4 is still the last move on the board. So
But what he's
yeah,
thinking
so
about
mhm.
probably is if rook c8 is the correct place for the rook, or should he go for b5 with
Uh-huh.
b8 and b4 ideas? Like two plans, I think, from the black side, and he has to choose one of them, and it's gonna determine how the entire game is actually developing. So it's a big moment.
Yep, yep. This is a decision time. You're absolutely right. Or maybe I don't know, Queen A5 is another move, so that if you sacrifice something with H5, you can just easily take with the knight because Queen A5 is guarding the knight on H5 too, so you don't have to make any concession to your king. So yeah, decision time. There are a few candidate moves that Andy Woodward can choose from. Shall we look at the next one? It's the golden boy of United Arab Emirates. Saleh is playing with black pieces right now, and from the look of it, what is it? It's a King's Indian.
Yes. Okay. So, what is going on here? So just let's take it move by move, and maybe it's gonna get easier to understand the position. So we have King's Indian, with h3. So h3 is having a double idea. One idea is sometimes we just play with knight f3 and we don't have a bishop coming to g4 at all. Or we also have bishop e3 and then there's no knight g4 move. Or the other part of it is that, like we'll see in the game, white is going for a quick kingside attack with the g4 move themselves. So we have bishop e3 and now g4 immediately. Uh, e6, knight f3, rook b8. So black has to be looking for some sort of counter game. Of course, he cannot just wait and do nothing and wait as white is just slowly coming with all the pawns forward and crushing. So rook b8 is having this potential counter game in the queen side with b5 just ready, and white is never feeling that comfortable to castle queenside anymore, since any moment the game can just blow up. So
Right.
queen c2, not queen d2. Uh, so queen c2, not queen d2. Yeah, so the first instinct would be usually to play queen d2, but another thing that typically happens in these positions is somewhere we see e5, and then d5, and then there is some pressure on the pawn, potentially on
Mhm.
e4, and white is choosing to retreat knight d2 to have this comfortable defense for the pawn on e4, as well as the knight from d2 uh, can be helpful piece in the any of the queenside attack scenarios where black launches some c6, d5 ideas. So that's why queen goes to c2 probably here. And as queen d2 and playing bishop h6, of course, is very, very appealing. But we have the situation that Black hasn't fought for the center just yet, but they have been developing pieces every single move, regardless. So their only disadvantage in the position is the lack of space. And if you're making too many moves with the same piece over again, like bishop h e3, then going bishop h6, still including queen d2, that doesn't help anything else except going bishop to h6, then what we can end up is black launching a very, very quick counter game in the center, or again on the queen side with b5 ideas, c5 ideas, e5 ideas, anything of that sort, and we're gonna be struggling because we have king still kind of vulnerable.
Absolutely. Yes. Wow. Okay. So Grandmaster Dai Changren. To be honest, this is kind of like the first time maybe I've heard about him. But it's good to see more and more Chinese players playing because yeah, it's been, I mean, they've been known as a good country for chess anyway, but in the recent years, especially after the pandemic, there is a significant decline in the number of Chinese players. But at the same time, actually, they've been producing more and more good female players. So yeah, hopefully we'll see more of him in the future to come. But I would also like to note that Salem Saleh always comes to his events very well prepared. And if I'm not mistaken, he's still currently work with the multiple Polish champion, Grandmaster Sochko Bartosz. And yeah, so um, I just want to ask you, Tom, like in the tournaments where you have your own second or coach coming with you and prepare all your games, do you feel more pressured to play your games well, or you feel more relaxed actually because you can take some of the lots off because well, as a professional player sometimes I was not really looking forward to do my own preparation because it's playing chess itself already takes its toll, and moreover if you also have to prepare, and especially against strong players, and there are just so many things to prepare. But how do you feel yourself if you come to this type of events, being coach, or if your coach or your second come with you?
Yeah, I haven't experienced actually this kind of situation in exactly the kind of way like you're describing, since I'm not on the level to be requiring a second or to be justifying maybe having one. And I have switched to being coaching, like training on my own, completely already for more than 10 years. So this kind of situation, yeah, I don't exactly know how it feels. The only thing that kind of relates to this is that for a few of the Olympiads, we did have a coach for the national team coming with us, and he would be working for all the players, looking at some lines and so on. But I never really uh, felt the benefit of that, and it would actually a little bit felt disturbing to me rather than helpful, simply from the perspective that uh, I have kind of my own playing style, my own lines, and so on. And the other person is coming as a coach, and he's not particularly coach just for you, but for everybody. He doesn't know you in depth. He doesn't have this feeling for your playing style. So, and he can just suggest a line that seems nice for him, but for me, it doesn't look nice at all. And yeah, then the result is not really beneficial at all. So. I always have had the feeling that I prefer to be doing everything on my own. But in the same time, I can imagine that if you have one person or multiple persons that are working exclusively on you, it might be a pretty nice feeling, especially once they get to know you. And how
Right.
is uh, so from what you said, you do prefer when somebody does the so-called dirty work for you and prepares it.
Yeah, because well, I think some of okay, like players have their own approaches, right? I think one player is different to another. Of course, in some tournament, I'd like to work everything myself because in some tournaments, I feel like it was my experimental tournaments where I would like to play my new lines, my new openings. I'm not thinking about the results so much. I would just like to come up with new stuff. But also on the other hand, some of the tournaments that I would like to perform well or I'm expected to do well, that I would just use my own weapons. But either way, it's always nice to have some second or some coach to do all of this work, and all I have to do is just to memorize them. Of course, some understanding is required, but it's just less work. And I think for tough events, um, yeah, I think it would be very necessary. For example, if you're playing in a Women's World Championship, or these days you change it to World Cup, Women's World Cup. Yeah, I think for such events, not only for the chess perspective, like the preparation and all of this technical stuff, but also for as an company, because well, chess tournaments can be quite lonely as well. And if you don't really interact, or if you don't really have many friends in the field that playing with you, yeah, to have a company is pretty nice too. So yeah, but in this tournament, if I were going to play in Sharjah Masters Open 2025, I knew for sure I wouldn't be lonely, because I just saw lots of my friends playing, not only in the A group but also in the B group. So it's one of the nice things when you're playing in a very big tournament like this. It's also kind of like a reunion with your friends. So it's nice. It's nice. And Sadia Masters always gives like a very nice vibe. They provide you in a very nice hotel with good meals as well. So for a chess player, you cannot complain about anything, because they try to provide the best for the players. Um,
So
so.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, just still adding on that. Um, Actually, sorry, I lost my thought. I had something that I felt very relevant to add, but I just lost my thought there. So I guess we can move on to that different topic.
Sure, sure, no worries. I just saw that Salim Saleh just played b5, and then you mentioned it earlier. This was the whole intention of playing rook b8, is to create some counter attack on the queen side. And thankfully for White, White has still the right to castle in either of the sides. So now, when I look at this position, when b5 is happening on the board, I would be very, very reluctant to put my king into the danger. So if anything happens, I don't know, maybe now it's not the perfect time, because your pawns are all kind of being attacked right now on c4. But eventually, I think the king will just opted to do the short side castle.
Yeah, and I must say I am very surprised by the move Bishop G2. This is not something that you see in the setups where you go G4, since yeah, it actually has a multiple layers why I'm surprised by this move. So generally, if you play with g4, your intention should be that you're going to go for an attack on the king side. So where you put your bishops, which direction they are shooting, so to say, is an indicator how you're going to be playing your middle game. So bishop on e3 is flexible, it's still attacking, but bishop from g2, it's usually aimed at playing in the center or on the queen side as opposed to bishop on e2 or d3. It can be still supporting all sorts of unattacking ideas towards black's king. Another thing why I'm surprised by it is that actually black has doesn't have a knight on c6, already has moved the rook away from a8. So, and even the pawn is now, it was known that it will be leaving the b7 square. So the bishop is, in a way, even if it opens up and gets past the e4 pawn, it's going to be shooting on something that I like to just call like an empty diagonal. So the diagonal which has no targets or no important squares to control whatsoever. So that's why the move bishop coming to g2 is Yeah, a bit surprising to me. And also, we just give up control of the b5 square. Since bishop on e2, we would still have an option to recapture the pawn on b5. So black would need to do an extra preparational move to actually play the b5.
Uh-huh. So a move has just uh, come to the board. It's d takes c5. So I have suspicion that probably White was trying to change his mind midway because, of course, earlier on we saw this move h3 g4 with the intention of attacking the king. And normally you would like to castle alongside, put the bishop, the light square bishop on the diagonal that you mentioned, like e2 or d3. But now I think yeah, he just changed his mind midway, and then he was thinking, ah, all right, I will just do short side castle, putting the bishop on g2, and even though it's shooting in the empty diagonal, but now the attention is shift, because now I think White will focusing on the center. And the last move was already indicating to that because after d takes c5, the d file will be open, and obviously it is a very nice file for the rook to come.
I guess why we don't see an immediate recapture on c5 is that there's an interesting intermediate move of b4, and we have to think if that is in any way good for us. And also we have a possibility to take the pawn on c4 and just open up the b file, which is very, very appealing with the rook staring down on the b2 pawn, and then bishop from g7 also just being there. And and the position immediately becomes very complicated and very hard to keep track of. And yes, Salem, from I think from what I have observed, is always preferring to play more dynamic, exciting chess. So this kind of mess on the board very much favors his playing style. So we have options of yeah, d takes c4, and then white would have to choose what to do next. We have an option to play b4, which I think forces the knight to come to d5, and then we could see something like knight takes c5, and we immediately have to defend the pawn on e4. And if we do take on f6, then all of a sudden, yeah, the bishop is very, very powerful. It's
Oh, but there's e5 here. Does it work? And then bishop has to go, and it might actually be some, like some uh,
I,
dynamic stuff here. Ooh,
yeah,
b3.
it's
Interesting.
can become completely crazy so fast. No, but b3 I guess doesn't work. Yeah, I was focused on rook d1, but we can just play
But
rook
rook
a3.
a3, yes.
And rook d1, my idea was queen a5 still to find in the middle, but yeah, rook a3 is just there. So yeah, e5 could be actually working out since the knight is hanging on c5 indeed. And but still,
And
b3 is a serious thing to consider here.
that's right, yeah. But even in this position, if we just castle, and let's just pretend that there's nothing, and then okay, my next move is just I want to put my rooks in the center. I think it's a very interesting position still. Like I don't know which side to choose actually in this position.
Yeah, I think I liked b takes c4 way more than this position. This e5
Mm-hmm.
idea is very unpleasant, but he did go for knight takes c5. He did not
Wow.
play any of those. Oh, but he didn't play b4. He just went for knight c5. That was still another move that I did not manage to mention in detail. But now, since the knight is still on c3, white has a serious choice to play either e5 or g5, as the e4 pawn is not under attack, actually. Or is it?
Yeah.
Just wondering, can I sacrifice a piece? I do like to sacrifice the pieces when they are not mine.
Okay, take.
Yeah, we take. So,
Okay, take everything.
and we keep taking the pawns.
Uh-huh. Rook d1 maybe.
And now some moves with the tempos like bishop to f5.
Uh, let's play queen. I still don't see the idea because okay,
Idea is simply to get a lot of pawns. I don't want to win the game. I just want to get so many pawns that it's, let's say, queen, and the queen doesn't have
Queen,
too nice square.
Queen h4, I don't know.
Yeah, now it's still gonna give a check,
Bishop d2.
and I'm gonna take another pawn. That's
Uh-huh.
already 3 pawns. And the pawn on g5, I think, is a big problem that is blocking any attacking possibilities. So I would
Right.
feel rather happy here from the black side.
Yeah, I would rather not have that pawn on g5. And I'll just be happily give it up to you, so that I can continue with the attack. Yeah, but that pawn on g5 is blocking all of this bishop or knight going to g5. Interesting immaterial balance position here. So yeah, this can potentially happen. Um, Again, it's King's Indian. It offers so many um, choices for both sides. So yeah, this could happen. Very interesting variation. What else can it be? So sacrificing the knight is one, but if I'm being a chicken here, after g5, can we just move the knight elsewhere that is more safe, like h5 or yeah, let's say h5. just
Okay,
for just for the positional sake of playing.
so I would guess that we got to take on b5, not to lose this pawn.
Uh-huh.
And now probably a simple move, castle.
Yep. That looks good. And yeah, move before, I guess.
Yeah, b4 is, that's looking nice since knight d5 might lose something against e6. I might not lose. I am not certain.
In a very worst scenario, you have knight f4.
That is true. Yeah, so we can go there, and e6 has minuses since the d6 pawn
Yeah,
is
the
going to
d6.
become
Yeah.
big.
So, hmm,
But probably we are not risking too much for the black side if we have an option to play
yeah.
b3 here and just rook b3 perhaps even, as
Does
we
it
have.
work? Bishop c5, rook b2. It does work, yeah?
Yeah, we are gonna have the ugly g5 pawn, so whenever the bishop moves, this is gonna come in with a big power to f4.
Right. Wow. Yeah. Aggressive. Very aggressive position. Anything can happen now. Wow. But what really amazes me is the time that Salem took for knight takes c5. I mean, prior to knight takes c5, the position looks quite complicated. Like first, of course, the first option is to take on c5, second option to take on c4, third option is to push b4. And then all of this requires calculation. But Salem was very confidently took the pawn on c5 with the knight, so he must have already prepared something. And oh, we have a move there, Toms. After knight takes c5, it's c takes b5.
Yeah, that was the reason why
That's what. Mhm.
in this position I was very much visually liking b takes c4, since now white lose the option to close the b file. And I really like my rook to have an open file to work on. Uh, it would require just to calculate what is happening after both of those moves. But just visually, it was very, very appealing. And so b takes c, no, c takes b5 is a very natural move here to play. Yeah, because now the b file is going to be closed. So the rook is not going to be a super active piece attacking anything. It's just going to be defending the pawn for now.
Mhm. Is there any other option in this position besides taking on b5 for black?
We can always start sacrificing once again.
Yeah, why not? Like for example, queen a5, because you'd like to take on e4 next move, so you kind of force your opponent to castle. But okay, we're not going to see any of that because Salem just took the pawn on b5.
Okay, so now b4 is a very direct threat as the e4 pawn will be hanging, and that means that white needs to react. So e5, yeah, e5 is
A5.
the natural way, since the pawn was a problem. We open up the bishop, even though it doesn't do much, it does control some squares on this diagonal, and we do this with an attack, with a tempo.
Right. So where does the knight go right now? Or is there any like some dynamic options that black can choose to sacrifice something? Sorry for the direction of my mind going. Like it's always sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice.
That's okay. It's the way I'm also always leaning to play. So uh, yeah, so that's very very good. Uh, I like this approach a lot, and but I can't imagine somehow since this is coming with more and more and more attacks. It's very hard to imagine that any of those ideas could work. But of course, b4 could be something considered. And if you play simple knight d5, then bishop a6, cutting off the king. Just a positional piece sacrifice. But it's hard to believe that it could achieve too much somehow.
Yeah, I mean, in this position, I think you can just take on c5 and then somehow long castle. I think it should be enough for white to stop everything.
This actually could become still ugly, no? After something like queen a5
And
or b3 first and then queen f5.
mhm,
But maybe we just don't need to castle at all, and the king is completely safe there, and we just
just
play
play
rook
rook a1.
or
And after queen a5,
go b3 or something.
piece free. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that piece was enough anyway for the sacrifice.
Yeah, sometimes these kind of motives they do exist, but here white has two active pieces attacking also the bishop on f6. Although if it would take with a pawn, actually has a lot of a different sting. This whole idea, as now the e file is already open. And we don't have knight f6 as a backup option. So the dark square bishop is gonna be alive for black. So maybe this would be playable actually in a practical game. Um, but yeah, nothing of that is happening, of course. And knight d7 got played rather quickly. And now we have e takes d6. And I have a feeling that even though black's position is nice, as everything is working in harmony, that still black did miss out a little bit on the chance to really make white's life very hard here. Now the g4 pawn as well, it doesn't feel like a drawback. It feels like just a normal pawn. It's even gonna be supporting uh, some threat of bishop f5, which is no longer there, so it's actually can be sometimes just useful. The king is gonna safely castle, unless now we have b4 bishop a6 in this moment. Unless that, because after c takes, I think white is doing extremely well. And if this is what we're going for, then yeah, I am not a big fan of what black did here, and I think that some a little bit maybe more looking for some more complications was necessary. But maybe here is b4, and that is the whole point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think if white is allowed to do any of those, like castle and everything else is very much into white's favor. But yeah, in this position, before, of course, is one of the main moves to consider because I think you feel the need of creating some counterattack as soon as possible, especially when the king is still in the center.
So I guess we can take a look at it also by move. So b4, two critical answers from the white side, either taking on e7 or knight coming to d5 to support this take on e7. So first, if we just keep taking and then playing something like knight d5, so now we have to make sure that we don't blunder the knight. from c5, so something queen c6 should be a move. And which is nice here that we keep attacking. The knight is attacked on d5, so even though if you play something like rook d1 to defend it, now we have an extra move, and we can do the bishop a6, cutting off the king. And now the king on e1 with an e file open is feeling very bad. And just in few moves, the trouble could come. And there is no way, at least no dangerous way, to exploit the attack on the queen with the rook, since all the dangerous knight squares are covered by the queen. And of course, we can take on b4, but that will only open up the position even more, and does not seem very nice. So I think take on e7 from the first glance is not working out too good. Another
Mm.
thing could be knight d5, since now bishop a6 is of course met by a very unpleasant fork on e7. So I guess we cannot afford to do that. But I
Yeah,
was
and you
wondering
might
about,
have to. Oh, if e6, then knight e7.
yeah, I was wondering about that. Does that?
And
Oh,
can
that
I
doesn't
offer
help.
bishop? Oh yeah, it's just a piece up. Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't work. So is there anything clever here on knight d5? Something brilliant? Maybe queen. No, queen a5, we still have knight a7. Knight e7 check, and then we just castle. So it doesn't do much. We don't manage to play b3, don't manage to exploit any of the pins. Okay, so do we have anything else than to go completely crazy with bishop a6?
Uh, yeah, bishop a6, you have to take a d7, right?
Or c5. That's also an option.
c5.
Looks too good for white. But okay, we take on e7. The queen is attacked, so we have to move it.
And take f8 first with a check. This looks crazy though.
Okay, I guess rook takes, king takes. I have no idea.
Okay. But okay, first of all, you would like to play b3? b3, but there's queen d2.
Then
Okay,
knight
you have
b3,
b3, knight d3.
and then knight
Um,
b2, and everything in a row.
but I don't believe this. I don't think it works. I mean, you already sacrificed what? One rook. It's interesting though. It's very interesting, but okay.
And I just
Okay.
think to continue on the crazy ideas, I also
Okay.
came up with this kind of idea that we could maybe take queen a2, or does it work?
Wow.
But I guess it doesn't work. Yeah, if we cannot, if you would like to defend from here, then knight b3 and we queen. But I guess there's queen a5 attacking and stopping it.
Amazing. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately it doesn't work, but it's very interesting. So if not b3, after bishop f1, is there anything else? Because he stopped one of the ideas of knight d3, right? And then um b3 always there's always queen d2, so that should be fine. Yeah, this is why I don't believe that this rook sacrifice works.
I don't exactly believe it as well. Just trying to find something to justify Black's Black's play so far, and somehow should include the rook in the game. But so perhaps in this moment we do take with the king on f8.
Mhm.
It's an extra piece that's gonna support, and also we don't have any 97. And and now maybe some of the ideas could work out way better, including the queen a2 stuff, since we have an extra attacking piece. But this is such a big risk that I don't think you take ever with the black side in the first round,
No,
unless
I don't think so. I don't
you
think
can
so. Yeah.
calculate it
And
precisely.
yeah, and especially this type of position, you have to calculate like thoroughly, and then judging from the time control of the tournament, since you don't have a second time control, yeah, I doubt it's going to happen. But if it happens, then it's gonna be one of my favorite games in the first round because I like this very dynamic game to happen on the board. But Toms, before we take our first break, can we circle back to the top board just to see what's happening and yeah, on the first and second board at least, because uh, they've been playing quite lots of moves there. Although we have to note that for 16 moves already, there's no single exchange with the pieces or pawns. So let's see.
It's such a big contrast to jump from the other position where we already got rid of so many pieces to return to 8 pawns and all the pieces. Yeah, it's crazy.
So where did we leave it? Somewhere in after bishop e7, I guess, or castle. Yeah, somewhere around here.
Somewhere around here. So they just keep developing the pieces. 92, very logical. Bringing knight over to f1. Doesn't have any good square other than this. So it's just uh, trying to find where to settle down. And g3 has a very, very typical place. It supports e4. And the same like knight on g6. The knight on g3 is also just working for uh, a lot of ideas. And so rook c8, and both sides are just waiting out, just not committing in any way with the pawns, and just looking what is opponent gonna do, feeling out the opponent's ideas, especially from the black side, I guess. That's what you're doing here. You're trying to provoke some sort of a decision with the pawns in the center, since the pawns don't go backwards. So once you know where opponent's gonna settle with the pawns, then you can already start working with your pieces around properly, just for the entire of the game. But now, while you still don't know it, then you have to be careful what you also do with the black. So rook c7. Okay, we see the point of rook c7 already in few moves. So we can just let the hmm, players show it by their moves. So king h8. This is actually super curious. Wow. King h8. Do you have any ideas on the first glance? What is the point of this move?
Well, I think the idea shows that the next move after king h8, you just want to allow the knight to go back to g8 and offer this exchange.
But the benefit of knight coming to g8 as opposed to knight coming to d7?
I think you would like to recapture it back with the knight to e7 instead of the queen. Probably you'd like to have your queen still around. I don't know, actually. I think it's just a matter of taste anyway. Like one position, maybe you like it better.
Maybe five ideas. Yeah, but now we have no control over the
Yeah,
g5 square,
there's knight g5, so
even immediately, yeah. And now queen coming to h5. So one big drawback for the knight standing on g6 is that queen can land very uncomfortably on h5 sometimes, as there is no knight from f6 to key it out or no g6 move to push it out of there as well. So
but what about you take it with the queen and the idea of going knight g8 is to actually go to h6. You know, you're still trying to somehow uh get into playing into the king side, and after that knight h4. At some point you would like to play f5, but of course not immediately.
yeah, it could be that point, indeed. And that's just saying that knight anyways on d7 would not do anything. So we can just put it in any other place as well. Maybe where it will be more useful and exactly coming to g4 later on. Or maybe just through f6 anyways, and then just forcing an exchange
Yeah.
in a tricky way. So we had bishop d2, not allowing any of the exchanges. Now queen a8. So now we see rook c7. I'll free the space for the queen. Queen staring down on this long diagonal as well. And I guess eventually black wants to prepare f5.
Mm-hmm.
Who do
Yeah.
you who do you
Mhm.
prefer? Which side? White, black? What do you think about this position?
uh oh, it's okay, you put me on the spot, Toms. It's a very difficult position here, which one I would like to play as. Probably black because, but I don't mind playing white as well. I don't know. Probably it's because it's still pretty much equal and it gives chances for both sides. Still, like black is of course trying to open up some space here, preparing for f5, but at the same time, white is ready. So there's no real weaknesses yet from both sides here. Yeah, it's still pretty much equal. I don't know. I'm an e4 player, so probably naturally I would like to play this position as white.
Okay.
What about you?
Uh, I have no idea myself, to be honest, and I don't for now see what is the White's plan. It looks nice, and I really enjoy the space advantage always to have it. So from that side, I want to play White, but from the other side, uh, Black has plans, like kind of maneuvers that seem to be clear, that they are some direction where you can play it. But from the white side, it's not clear to me at all. Like if I would have like let's say three more moves, what I should be looking to achieve in my position. So that makes it somehow more complicated. Maybe that's also why the reason why white is burning so much more time in this game so far. And so I guess I would say black. Yeah, I prefer black here. Somehow just because of the more energetic plans possibilities to
Hmm.
go through. But I would not be sad also if I was white here, indeed, the same way.
Totally. Yes, yes. Okay. This still like a very calm position, and both players still haven't really shown whatever they have up in their sleeves. So let's move to board number two between Anish Giri versus Rinat Jumabayev.
Okay, then we take a look at that one, and then we will uh, go for the first break. Yeah, for this board. And okay, this one developed in a
I think
crazy
we
fashion.
it is crazy. So I think we left it after knight c6, and that was the position. Yeah.
So we did have a castle. We did not see the h6 move that we discussed here, but simply bishop c5 and b4 got answered by NH, anyways, which of course makes sense. If you could play H before, well, with an H6 on the board, then you can play
Mhm.
B4 also right now. And now we see just Bishop D6. He thought for 7 minutes. Maybe he was not ready for the B4 idea in that case. Maybe it surprised him, since I would I would guess that decision would be made a little bit faster if that was still non idea and non preparation. But in this case, I think opening is working out great for white. If you can get a move like b4 for free, completely for free, and queen a4 with a point to play b5, not to have knight d4, since then we could win it. Then pawn, rather than anything else, I guess. I don't think we want to really exploit the pin on the king. So knight d7, b5, now knight c5 to push the queen away to be able to play knight d4. And so we have an exchange and knight coming into the center, 94 and 94. That's the position on board right now. First impression for me, this bishop is a beast. It's staring down on b7 so powerfully, supported by the pawn, and white is having a clear target, the d4 pawn, or where to attack. Black's king is still in the center. Um, I'm liking this for white. What are your thoughts?
Well, from the first glance, I have the same opinion as well. But Anish is having a thought right now because I thought at first taking the knight with the bishop was quite natural and that would be just a quick reaction. But he might cook some other plans here, maybe thinking what happens after queen e4. So probably we can just explore those options just briefly. What happened after queen e4 with the check? How are you going to block this check with the queen to e7 or bishop e7? No, if queen e7, then queen d4, right?
maybe.
Oh, but there's also bishop bishop e5. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, so that's
It
not
is an
ideal then.
it is an option though, anyways, since this might
Ah,
still be possible to play.
wow.
I
So
have stopped sacrificing those pieces, but
so you have to, let's say, you have to protect the bishop on a1 by playing queen f6 or queen e5, yeah?
yeah. So which move could it be? And maybe now a7.
Mm-hmm. Uh,
Oh, and now it does
bishop
work.
d7.
Ah, no, it doesn't. Queen comes to a6. Ah,
Queen a6 again.
that was so
Right.
close.
Oh, but now you have queen e4, queen b7.
Yeah, so this is actually very pretty.
It is. It is. Accidentally, like we land on this position.
And this is looking bad for black, since we cannot castle anyways, in any of the next moves. So maybe queen e5 has is a better move for that reason, as we don't have
Mm-hmm.
f4 to push the queen away. That would just force
Mm-hmm.
the queen exchange. So now we would have to play something very, very clever from the white side to stop it. And we still have queen a5 instead of queen a instead of queen a6. So the queen takes a7 idea, still not working out. But I was just thinking about this position. If we approach it completely positionally and just play e3 here, what happens?
Uh-huh. Yeah, you just want to play d4 and then grab the bishop on a1. So, okay. You know what? It's just because all of this commentary experience I got this type of suspicion about players for not playing like a quick move. Like at first, I didn't understand what's going on, but of course, we have all the power to play all the moves in our analysis, right? And then we suddenly land on this very, very interesting variation. And this is why, I like to also read the player's body language. Like, ooh, this gives away something like bishop e4 looks very very natural because if you come back to the original position or the very present position right now after knight takes e4, you see bishop e4 is a very natural move. You are preventing your opponent to do the castle because h7 is hanging, and if black would like to make any castle, then black has to prepare for something like probably h6 or something else. But now queen e4, which looks a little bit unnatural. And then after queen e7, I think as white, you wouldn't like to walk into an early endgame by taking the queen, but there is queen takes d4, and also in the quick glance there is bishop e5, and then suddenly, oops, you lose your rook on a1. But when we explore this position deeper, we found that it's not at the end of the world because after queen takes d4, bishop e5, queen a4, we just keep coming up with all these attacking moves, and suddenly we come to the position where, man, it's gonna be, and we don't have any engine with us, right, Toms? We are just thinking everything with our brains. Maybe at some point, maybe during the break, I will check whether our analysis was correct or not. But the position itself, the variation itself, is way too interesting, and it might be, if this happens on the board, and I'm praying it's going to happen, Toms, it's gonna be again one of my favorite games in the first rounds.
But I guess I must say that when I glanced at the position, my first instinct was queen takes e4. As
Mm.
somehow, for me, they like maybe you're already catching on to it, as since I'm trying to sacrifice all the pieces in every position, that just in this moment when I can attack the king, attack the pawn, and uh, and not give opponent time for any of the calm preparational moves. It's just like first instinct just to check this forced line. Does it work or does it not? And only then to be really switching to at all considering the positional approach. But uh, but yeah, here is also a chance for Anish, I think, to still continue in a positional manner. So he is actually now going to calculate if to go for the sharp line, if it works at all or no, or to just play a positional kind of way and either to take on e7 or to just play bishop b2 now, since it is very hard to defend this pawn. Just for an example, if you would be looking to play anything like this in here, and now bishop e5, it just doesn't work since we have e3 and we win the pawn anyways. Also, we have actually extra moves till f4, putting the bishop back to f6, and then attacking the pawn on c7, which is very hard to defend. So this endgame could be just fantastic in theory as well. Uh,
Mhm.
the better defense might be bishop c5, but we still have all these moves with the tempos like rook c1, putting the
And
bishop back to
A5,
d6 and
F4,
a4.
A5, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we have to play something like a5. Maybe now we can put just bishop a3 and cut the king off and leave it in the center, preparing to play bishop c5 and basically already winning the c7 pawn since the b6 bishop will be exchanged.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing for sure, in the present position of the queen takes e4, queen e7, we are on the crossroad right now. And which road that Anish will be taking? Is it the dynamic road with all the sacrifice, or the positional road which ensures him to have a better endgame? So I guess this is our cue, Toms, to take our first break. And oh no 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 no! Anish is about to make his move. that is that is the benefits of having the live camera as well, or maybe not the benefits because we're going to take our first break. But Anis is initiating to make his move. Okay, quick Toms, which one do you think he's going to play?
I think he's gonna play bishop b2. It's just
Okay, I'll take another one. I'll take another one then. I'll queen takes d4. It's my choice. Okay, we'll see what's gonna happen, and
but this
after
is
that. Mhm.
but this is actually like the curious situation what we often have as a players when we are, for example, walking around, or we actually are sitting by the board and we decide, okay, we will stand up and take a stroll after already sitting for a while, and the opponent starts making this kind of body language that he's about to make a move. And some players either sit down by the board too early, or you're afraid to leave your board, and the opponent is just making this but doesn't make a move, and you're just frozen there in this state. So it's now with the live camera, it's the same situation for us as the commentators. Just Anish is keeping us on the edge of our seats.
Definitely, definitely. And he already made his choice. Bishop B2 it is. So, okay. I think once we come back from the break, we'll deep uh dive deeper here into this end game. Or maybe it might not be an end game, we'll see. But yeah, don't go anywhere and we'll come back after the break.
Yep, see you. So Hello, welcome back to the continuation of the first round of Sharjah Masters. Uh, Games are heating up very quickly, and I had a small break, feeling refreshed and ready to jump into the action and figure out what is happening on those boards, or at least to pretend to figure out.
All
Yeah.
right, I'm really refreshed as well. I have my coffee here with me, Tom, so I'm ready for the next hour or two and see how all these top grandmasters are playing. And we haven't really updated ourselves on the third board, so let's take a look at what happens there.
Yeah, I just realized that I made coffee, but I did not take it with me. So that is a very unfortunate situation. And so we did, oh yeah, the board three is the one where we had some delay on the moves. We had no idea what is happening. We knew that players are playing moves, but nothing was happening. We just saw c5 and that's it. And so we have knight f3, bishop g4 immediately. So this is kind of like playing mix of Caracan and French. So these ideas with c6 and then c5. It's like saying that it's worth to play to lose the tempo just to have in a French structure bishop out from c8, but it would not be miserable behind the e6 pawn. And there are different approaches from the white side how to fight against that. And so we have knight f3 and now grabbing the pawn. And then Bishop e5, asking the knight where does it go, developing the piece also with the tempo, and the move that I like very much also to be doing whenever possible myself, playing b4, just holding on to the c5 pawn. It's just such a nice pawn, it's blocking the bishop from coming to d6, and in any endgame it's already very advanced, already kind of semi-passed pawn, just one step away from being a passed pawn in a way. So whenever it can hold to it, I like to do it. And of course, naturally, black is trying to counter it a little bit by playing a5. So we have a5, c3. So this is also solving the mystery of why in the camera feed early on in the game when we looked here, I saw a5 move. That's how it happened just here, provoking c3, and now developing the pieces. So 97. Black is saying that they don't need to take back the pawn immediately. They are gonna be fighting for the e5 pawn or for the b6 break against this pawn chain a bit later. For now, they just want to safely develop all their pieces. But the one big drawback in these positions is that they have two pieces that really want to go to e7. So that is knight and the bishop. So they have to be tricky on what way to do it, that one piece would not be blocking the other piece, and that's it. So now white forced the capture on f3 with h3. Um, that's interesting. Was curious why did he choose not to simply castle and leave the bishop on g4? Like what is this bishop doing there? Too dangerous. But for sure he has some point for that. And now queen f4. So we are not able to take on e5 with either of the knights since there's a pin. As queen takes e5 will happen, and uh, there's gonna be just one knight on the diagonal, not two, and like we see it now. So we have 8b, 8 cb, and g5. Wow. Okay.
Hang on. This position of the G5, wow. Just checking with the master database and there's no game. There's no game. Even before the move G5, it was no game. So I think we are in the uncharted territory right now where all the players are already on their own. So yeah, please keep going. After G5, what happens next?
I don't know, but my guess would be that we got out of the book somewhere with a move like h3, as it seems to be just too slow, like unnecessarily slow. And I do like, yeah, as I mentioned, I do like to take on c5, and I have explored it in different sort of move orders and versions. And the time is very important for white to be quickly getting pieces in the game, quickly making castle. So that's why I'm surprised by h3 and g5. It is a typical idea in general, but now in this moment somehow it felt like it was a big surprise. So queen is forced to retreat backwards. So now this whole manner of trying to protect the pawn, and he spent a lot of time on it. No, he did instantly. Wow. So I'm just wondering, why do we want to play queen f4 to regrouping back to d2? uh,
Maybe G5 comes by surprise, that it was not expected, but I mean, the position itself is already looking like a mess.
and we had to go back to d2 as b4 pawn was also under attack. So maybe he played queen f4, he realized that he blundered, but he has other g5, he has just no other candidate moves whatsoever, as taking on g5 is probably leading to very miserable kind of endgame here
Mhm.
after we take on b4. So this one is hanging, this one is hanging, this one is hanging.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is something that White wouldn't like to see happening on his game. So that's why Aditya Mittal played Queen D2, and then Bishop G7, of course. I think this is a very good follow-up moves.
And now we take the pawn.
And
And
now we take
a4.
the pawn. Yep.
Trying to use the extra pawn on the queen side by playing with those pawns. And finally a castle, also from the white side, and knight c4. I don't know how quickly was the move played, but that's a very forcing move. Of course, black had an option here to approach the game also way more positionally, somewhere to maybe push d4 or something like this. Just
Mm-hmm.
uh, yeah, d4 actually looks interesting move, and then try to get something like queen d5, rook d8, and just launch their own pawn storm in the center. But he chose to go for a rather forcing line as knight c4. So now white is forced to take on c4. We have d takes c4. Then we have an exchange on g7, and white's thinking. But the feeling is, at least the first feeling, that black is doing very well. C4 pawn, it's hard to win. It's a good pawn. It's very useful one. The b4 pawn is going to be under attack, and I would assume that the idea is after queen c3,
Queen D4 here.
or would it be queen f6?
Ah, Queen F6 also works, yeah? Yeah, so
Uh,
that you maintain the attack on B4 pawn as well. Yeah, either is working, I guess.
uh, yeah. So the difference, though, I guess, is whether we want the b4 pawn to be attacked at the end of the lines or no. Uh, since now, maybe we can take and play something like knight c3.
Let's see free. Mm-hmm.
And now we don't have knight c2 winning because rook b5 comes. There's no knight d2
Mm-hmm.
checks, and white's position could be okay. Those pawns are kind of dangerous now. As queen f6, the trick was that yeah, the rook is hanging on a1. We cannot take, and if you do play something in rook c1, we anyways can take knight takes b4, still exploiting the pin on the rook on a1.
Yes, absolutely. So, how is the position after Queen F6, Queen takes F6, King F6, and then the B4 pawn is under attack? Then maybe you have to move it to B5, but then the pawn on C5 is kind of weak after that.
That is yeah, very big pawn indeed, and I'm trying to
I think
figure
you
out
can
where to go with the knight. Yeah, but
I think you can do because next move is knight c3 for sure. So where does the knight go? Yeah, if knight d4, knight c3 is there.
knight b3.
Ah, and then you give a check first.
Yeah, check. King comes to g6 probably. e5 seems a bit too adventurous. And now we have still f5 if we need to uh, remove the defender. So we have to move the. Oh, but we also have to defend the a4 pawn.
f4 is hanging too. Yes, yeah. This is the pawn's configuration is pretty weak there. Yeah, it's gonna be attacked one way or the other.
Oh, but no, that's
But
good
there's
news
knight
too.
d6.
Although that also could not work. I don't.
Oh my gosh.
So the idea is knight d6 does attack the rook, and once we take, they take, we take. There is a still hanging rook on a3. That's a lot to calculate,
Mm-hmm. Okay,
but
so
we
let's go
could have
back to the current position.
tactics like this also exist, and leading to rather interesting positions. Since if we go rook b8, we have knight d6 then, and if we take, we can take, and now the knight is actually a bit weak on b3. So this is what
So,
players have to calculate now, all these kind of
yeah.
lines.
So what if white doesn't bother doing all of those things and then instead white would just try to attack the pawn on c4 immediately? So exchanging the b4 with the c4 pawn perhaps, or maybe a move like rook c1 at the moment?
Okay, so if we exchange the pawns, that meaning we take on b4 and you do take on c4 with a rook, I assume, not
Yeah.
knight d3, knight c5.
Yeah, knight
And
d3, you have c6 at the very least if you would like to just get rid of this pawn, right? So I think this position is way simpler to play for white because in other variations we see that white is struggling to keep the pawns intact.
actually, it's not yet simple, I think.
I mean, here there's rook d4, there's rook c3 maybe. I don't know which
Yeah,
position is
but
better.
we have pawns
Yeah, you have
hanging.
all of these things, yeah.
So,
C7, C7. Yeah, I think you can still play it.
but I think we are gonna end up playing an endgame 4 against 3.
That's true.
So
Yeah.
those two will get exchanged, and we are gonna lose the c pawn.
Or maybe
And
instead of rook d4, rook c3, so that the rook keeps an eye on the pawn.
yeah, and then I was thinking if I can't go knight b2, maybe
Push a5.
knight a4. I don't
Oh
know.
my gosh. Okay. Oh, I can attack the other pawn, no? I don't know. Like rook g3. It looks
Oh,
it looks a bit offside, I know, but just try to hold on to the pawn as long as I can.
that's a nice move, rook g3. Doesn't You just don't think in this direction when you calculate the lines from afar,
And
but
then
it's
yeah,
very
and then
effective.
I'll just play knight b3 and then rook c1 to keep an eye on the c6 pawn. So everything is still intact. And then I'll find my way out with the rook on g3. Maybe I don't know, to g4 to b4 later, something like that.
Oh,
Yeah, and rook c1.
maybe it's I don't have time for b4 knight c3, unfortunately. But I do have time for rook a6.
Uh-huh. Um, okay, I'll throw in h4 first. Yes. Or is it necessary? Yeah, maybe. If I provoke you to play f6, at least I got some open
I think
seven
I
file.
ignore it,
Okay, take, and then take g5.
and now h5 probably.
But okay, I think this position is preferable compared to what we analyzed before with the queen c3 and so on, right? I mean, it's a bit more simple to play. If you're not looking for a very ambitious result, then I think white would be very happy to have this one.
But it's also maybe sometimes mentally tough for players. They have to very much trust their calculation to go for an endgame that they know that for sure is worse. Let's say that it's defendable. Maybe they know that in some case they'll have to defend like with a 3 pawns against 4 or something like this. But or the other option is to still play for a few moves a messy position. Like it's somehow more appealing that okay, I'm gonna still figure out the way to make it work in all the mess, all the tactics and so
Mm-hmm.
on. Since when we play this kind of position, we do commit to the fact that we are playing a worse position. At the minimum, even if you play knight c6, not going for all those tactics, it's a guarantee that with the structure, uh, black is black is in charge. We are gonna take the d file, that is for sure. There is no problem to defend the b7 pawn, and those two pawns are gonna be targets. So
Yeah,
Uh,
I agree with you positionally, but concretely, I think there is a way for white to somehow get some equalization. For example, now, right in this moment, there is knight e4 attacking g5, and after you settle down with that attack, I have knight d6. So suddenly the knight has a very good outpost on d6, and it can create some sort of a counter attack there.
yeah, it could come together. Uh, yeah, but again, that's tactically we have to make it work, and uh, and it is a big decision. And actually, a lot of those moves here all have their some point, knight d3, knight c6, knight d5, and it's a lot to calculate. But I do agree that this is something that very often is also deferring some stronger players who, when they get in a comfortable position, they don't lose, but they actually make draw, as opposed to somebody who will, in such state, more often, let's say, collapse. And this is the ability to go for position which is worse, but which is more controlled, where you can just yeah, you know what's happening. Even if there's something to defend, you're just looking for your counter game. You're defending the weak points and so on. So. Hmm, I do like
But
this idea. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, this is a very nice option for Black to resort the game to the end game. But knowing Parham, I think he would like to um muddy the water. So instead of going for such an end game, let's put it back rook c1. I think he would like to keep everything on the board. I was thinking, tactically there is knight d4. Although maybe it doesn't work because you can just simply take on c4. I was thinking there is a fork, but then maybe it's fine too. I have no clue now. There's queen c4, but there's queen f6. But okay, there's no reason why you should just trap your own knight on b3 like that.
Yeah,
On the
like
other hand,
just a nice line. Yeah, that if we exchange
yeah,
with
yeah. If
d8,
you if
it's
you take,
nice.
it's gonna be a nice line. There's rook b1, but of course white has other options too. So instead of
We can exchange
instead of
now. Yeah.
knight d4, I was thinking queen f6 immediately. Rook c1, queen f6. So you're attacking c1. Sorry, a1,
But that
and
I do like. I get my
yeah.
pieces out.
But then I have my rook to d8, and then you have to protect b4, right?
Do
And
I?
then I don't know.
I'm just gonna keep attacking.
And I can play my rook d3, maybe, just to have a more, um, yeah, and then probably knight d4 now.
Oh wow.
Okay, there's queen g4, which I don't like, or queen h5. That's right. Um, but how bad is it? I have knight b3. There's a fork too. So, oh no, no, the queen is hanging, of course.
We can play queen e5 actually now.
Queen
This is
e5 too. Yes, f5 is coming. Or yeah, you see, like this is my type of thought of what Parham might actually do. Instead of uh, simplifying everything, he would just prefer to keep everything on the board, and then looking for some more initiatives like this. One thing that I'd like to say is, Parham is one of the most highest rated players that I've ever beaten on online chess. I think he was like about 2,900 or 3,000 when I was playing against him in one of the Title 2 days. We were playing such a tactical game. He was about to beat me, but I found some very, very interesting tactical line in the end, and I think I got him mated. Yeah, it's always nice to play against a player that is similar to your style, so you know what you can expect. Like, it's gonna be a very interesting battle. So judging from that moment, and also from seeing so many of his games, like, yeah, I would pretty much certain here that if Aditya Mittal is playing rook c1, he would just keep the queen on the board and then play for some initiatives.
yeah. So congrats on the win, by the way. That's a nice win. And just on this. I'm surprised, like I'm thinking why he would not do it is because he already committed by playing knight c4. Oh, and this is actually on the board right now.
Oh, it's already played.
Yeah.
We got the move a bit late, yeah?
Uh,
Ah,
he
rook
played
a3
this.
was played,
They
yeah.
quickly made moves. No, they quickly made these moves. He instantly played. Oh no, he did. He thought 15 minutes. Somehow the move was not there. Yeah, once again for the.
I will not trust the time here because they would, the moves are sometimes, come in a bunch at the same time together. So yeah, I'm not sure whether he was really thinking for 15 minutes for this move.
He must have because by the camera when we were looking at the body language, yeah, the Aditya was just sitting there and
Mm-hmm.
like like exactly what he's doing right now, just looking around a bit. And it seemed unlikely that he would be doing that with a big decision to make. So that's the reason why it was like this. And yeah, but we saw how he took on d2, just the move. So it was just played, and it is the position is very fresh. This one. So yeah, so what I meant why I thought that he's not gonna go for any of those other lines is because yeah, he played knight c4 where he had an option to keep all the pieces on the board already before, but I think he just opted to go for a better endgame. Like that was his decision. So that's why I was expecting that he would play after this some other moves. But I think on rook c1 there's might have been also some interesting moves like queen d3 maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Maybe then rook a3 anyways counts. So this rook a3 was something that we didn't consider at all. And the idea, I guess, is just to wait, just to make an
Mm-hmm.
improvement. Maybe exactly rook g3 sometimes is coming.
Yeah, let's hope for that. Um, so okay, so he took the queen already, knight and knight takes d2. Okay, now c4 pawn is hanging, but b4 pawn is hanging. Now this is the time for Parham to think about what to do in the position because naturally you could just take the pawn on b4, but maybe the inclusion of c4, c3 is necessary because you're trying to lure the rook to take c3 and then you can take b4 with the knight and also a4 is suddenly hanging right now. So probably those are the candidate moves, either taking b4 immediately or including c4, c3 first.
I guess it doesn't exactly achieve much in this case.
Oops.
I guess we
Yeah.
can get pinned. Of course, it doesn't lose the piece as we have a counterattack, but it just leads to
But you
very,
list the other
very
pawn as well. Yeah.
quick simplifications. And all of a sudden, white is in a slightly better endgame.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, still no moves yet from Parham. I think we can come back to the game between Sam Savian versus Andy Woodward because wow, there are still so many pieces on the board right now on on that game. I think the last position that we left was what was that? H4?
Yes, we did leave it after h4, and trying to see where is h4.
There
Oh,
you
okay,
go.
yeah, h4, and
Uh,
what? Oh, okay, just a second. Okay, this is the left position, and I was not sure what were the moves that got actually played in the game and which were our analysis. So queen a5 was played just to stop h5, and f4 after thinking almost half an hour. Wow. Uh, that's That's big. Spending 30% of your time on one move early on in the game, that is a very, very big decision. I mean, whenever I'm like speaking, teaching my students, and so I'm always saying that no no small decision in the opening positional one is ever worth this kind of much time in the time control of 90 plus 30, since yeah, you're gonna need the time, even if your position is somewhat improved, then you're gonna need the time to later execute something, and with no time on the clock, it's just gonna be very, very hard. But here, I guess they're just calculating who is attacking first, and it might lead to some very forced lines that they can later play out rather quickly. But again, we saw 25 minutes answer with Rook C8. Well, okay, so both players taking their time on the moves, and Rook E1, Bishop G4 again with some after some thought, and
Wow.
now 18 minutes of thinking, and we have E5.
Yeah, yeah. Well, to Sam's defense, I think the position is not simple in any way. So that's why I think he would just like to make sure that he calculates everything. Yeah, because it's not simple. Like how do we proceed? Like h4 was already signaling that he would like to attack the king side, but then after a few moves he switches his mind and then try to attack to the center here. And knight h5, yeah, this is the current position in their game right now. So what should we do here, Toms? There is an attack from the bishop on g4 to the rook on d1. Should we ignore that or should we respond to that?
Yeah, I have no idea. Unless Queen G5 is something, I very much like Black's position. But of course, we do have Queen G6 ideas using the fact that there is a bishop from A2 staring
Uh-huh.
down, and some points maybe on Bishop D1, Knight F5 coming.
But yeah, but the knight on h5 is protecting everything there.
Yeah, we have
Uh,
these ideas though. Yeah,
exactly.
but this feels
Yeah.
like a lot. We're giving up so many pieces, and seems very unlikely that it could work out. So even if you just
Rook
counter
c3, yes.
sacrifice, so perhaps Bishop F7 now.
King h7. Sorry, king h8. King h8.
Yeah, so the idea was that we take with a check just to show what you're calculating, and and now we need a move, which no, knight
Oh,
g7
you can
will
take, yeah,
make
you can just take h6 is hanging. Yeah,
rook
that's true.
c2 with a check, king b1, and now as a minimum we have
Take
rook b2.
b2, yes, take on b2, correct. And then queen d2 is coming.
Uh, don't we have anything better though? Um, since maybe we can just win the game by something like rook f7,
That's possible as well.
since the rook is hanging on e1. But okay, this is a forced line, very looking very pretty. We have to
Yep.
take, queen d2, and king b1, I assume.
Bishop c2, queen e1.
Oh yeah, we just draw away the queen and now we take that.
Yes,
And
and
then
then
we
in
collect the
GG.
piece. So
Yes. Yeah, I don't believe such sacrifice with the queen on g6. I mean, it's very, very interesting, and of course, it's the line that both players have to calculate anyway. But yeah, it looks a little bit too much. So unless, let's see, if you play queen g6, bishop d1, can we be a bit more like defensive? Just take the bishop maybe, because now the knight is hanging on h5. You may be able to take it though. Like knight takes f4, queen g4, and now the next idea is to play knight f5. I mean, it is very interesting still, but queen e5 is there. Yeah, everything is suddenly under control.
it feels really such a great control. Even e6 if you just play. Okay, now knight g7 and f4 is still hanging. So we don't want to do that, but I wanted to just illustrate how everything is under control by playing e6. Maybe it's not that very, very easy. Oh, we still can go knight g6 with the threat of queen f4.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. This is simple. Just knight g6. Okay,
Oh no,
so
it's actually not that simple because here we still have knight e7 at that.
oh no, that's right. That's right.
But perhaps
Oh, what
there's
we can do though, after h5, maybe we can take on c3.
oh again, and we have everything working there. Oh yeah, that's gonna be good. That is gonna be very good for black.
Yeah, still a mess. But no, this is not what White is looking to get on his game. So if Queen G6, yeah, if Queen G6, Bishop D1, yeah, this is a position. Can we do something clever in this one? Do we miss anything here? Is there anything like knight d no knight d5? No, knight d5 cannot happen. You're blocking this diagonal yourself.
Yeah, I don't think we are ready for anything from the white side. It's too shaky. So maybe we had to do something else. Maybe some e6 ideas is still the way, or something along those lines. I'm not sure because if we do play something rook d2, uh, I just feel like it's great for black. There has to be a line that is. Oh, wait, let's
F4
just
is
take on
hanging.
f4
Yeah, knight f4. And then take on
here.
e5 next.
Yeah, we can take, and if you take, we can keep
Take,
taking,
yes.
and so white really needs something clever.
What about knight d5 instead of rook d2?
Knight to d5. Okay, so we want to take on e7. Okay, let's see the principled line. What if we just take on d1?
Knight is oh, e1 is hanging, I just realized. Okay.
Yes, still there is that small issue.
Uh, oh, I can put b4. Can I
Oh
play
yes,
b4? Yeah.
it's actually very
The
typical resource in Sicilian that often gets overlooked because it just seems so crazy.
it is, it is. Yeah, once you decide to play this type of position, you have to be all in. Okay, now take on c8, yep.
So now I guess we take on e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's going on here? Oh my gosh.
Uh,
Uh,
what is the material count? It's equal at the moment, I guess. Absolutely equal.
surprisingly. Okay, what if I take on e5?
But we are gonna end up with an extra pawn.
Yeah, I think it's black is better in the end, yeah.
We can even take on c2 just to undress the king a little bit, and then don't take on c8. And e5 is still gonna be a small weakness. So it feels like black is just gonna be better indeed. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
attack
Yeah,
is over.
the kings especially, there is a huge difference between these two kings. One is being very safe, the other one is very exposed. So yeah, not working, not working. But what else then? If not knight d5, not rook d2, not queen g6.
Hmm. Uh, knight f3 back, I guess. No, but that doesn't. Can it work out somehow? I- Or knight e2. But that's it.
Yeah, that's too defensive, yeah.
It shouldn't. It feels like it should be good for black, like intuitively, but it doesn't feel like it should be so good that we cannot make a single move. Okay, 95 is played.
Knight d5 was played. Okay. So of course the first critical variation or line in this one after knight d5 is bishop takes d1. I was just wondering whether to include b4 now, but it doesn't really make sense. If you include after bishop d1, if you include the b4 now, then queen goes to d8 and protecting e7. Or maybe it doesn't matter because now you can just take on d6.
We still have this bishop c2.
Okay, knight takes. Because now I can combine ideas with queen g6 as well, maybe? Oh, now it's knight e7, no? It's a check.
Oh, and my queen is hanging.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, your queen is hanging.
so I do have to take there, I guess, and now knight e7. Yeah.
Yeah. And now there's some difference. Okay, if knight takes c8, d8. Okay, what is the difference here? Can I? No, I cannot take on d6. You have queen c3?
I guess we are still in the
Mm,
same scenario of safe king and not so safe king.
yeah.
This bishop is fantastic. And another thing that we have to absolutely note here is the time, 19 minutes for white in this position after 95. It's, that seems pretty bad, pretty bad situation to be in, as the game is only starting, and and it will require still a lot of decision making, regardless of what's getting played now. And yeah, that's why I think that half an hour on a move usually is just too much, and just those minutes add up very, very quickly. And uh, after a certain time, like 15 minutes, you already have to organize your thoughts and just to force yourself to make some move. Like
Mm,
this is the tricky part of the short time control of 90 plus 30, where there's no additional time after move 40 or anything, because once you get in time trouble, there is no coming out of it. This is something the players who play like some different tournaments generally get used to, that yeah, even if you're suffering for a while, at some point you're gonna be able to relax because you'll get out of time trouble. But with
hmm.
this time control, uh, yeah, once you're there, you're gonna be suffering, and doesn't matter like how long is gonna be the game. It's yeah, even if the game goes for 100 moves, you're still gonna be playing all those remaining 70 moves or something. Yeah, just in a complete time trouble, and it is very, very mentally tough to keep making the best moves if you're for such a extensive period of the time constantly having to struggle.
Exactly, exactly. And I don't think that this position between Sylvian versus Andy Woodward is going to simplify anytime soon because at the present position, it's a very, very complicated. And I'm not going to blame any of the players if they're taking more time. Of course, ideally, you would like to speed up your calculation, but yeah, the position itself, it's very complicated. Um, we can try to see the next board too because there's a huge time difference as well. But in the current position between Dai Changren versus Salim Saleh, Salim can sigh a breath of relief, even though he is currently on 16 minutes right now. His position is clearer. The position is understandably better for him. And so let's see what happened in the game because we left it on move 12 after 8 takes b5.
I think we saw this position still after
Oh,
h
yeah, that's
d6,
right.
e takes d6, yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
he just took on d6, castle was played, and here the feeling was that, okay, if this is what Black was planning to do, then he could have achieved something more. Rook ad1, again, the most natural move. Rook on the attacking the pawn on the semi-open file, taking away from the pressure of the Black Star Square Bishop. So now Queen a5 and Rook to d3.
That's very curious move. Why is that so?
Can it be? Was there an error and was Rook d2 played? Can we
Maybe it
imagine?
was rook d2 and
Can we
then
imagine
after
that it was not happening? I don't think we can, right? No way.
it, there's no reason rook d3 should be played, right?
Okay, let's see the next moves. There was Rook d3,
And
d5, and
d5 and then now you take so I think it was rook d2 and d5 and then he decided to just sacrifice the rook that way.
probably missing Queen a8 idea and this knight d5 attack. Since the position here, it looks pretty great for black,
Yeah.
and it's just about the feels like a question how to collect some things, but maybe tactics
Yes.
are still there.
Let's see if there's any tactics on the board. So d6 is hanging. First, my intuition is to play a move like rook d8. I don't know which move, maybe rook f d8, but there might be knight e7, bishop d6.
Yeah,
Um, I think you can just simply play. What can you play here?
I think we have to take on d5.
But then bishop b8.
Yes, and that's why I think the other rook maybe needed to go there, so that the rook would be still protected on d8 in this
Mm.
kind of scenario. And now we can interject some move like bishop takes a2 perhaps.
Or maybe bishop c4 if you want to be
Oh, okay.
more
Yes,
materialistic.
I like that.
Yeah, and then you take on f1 first before dealing with the bishop on f8.
Yeah, and you might end up just being exchange up
Yeah,
in an
with a
endgame.
clearer position as well. Yeah, yeah. It's just a bit unnatural to move the other rook because the other rook is still kind of like underpinned. But of course, yes, with this type of calculation, I think you should be open to all of the sort ideas here. Yeah, rook
Right?
b d8,
We can also
and
force it by first taking on d5 and then going rook d8.
and that might be actually a better option because I was just realizing that if you play rook b d8 first, there might be knight e7 check.
Yeah, and just to
And then takes d6, yeah. So I think it's better to take on d5 first just to eliminate this option.
yeah, it might still work with rook e8, and that's why it is too tangled
Yeah,
up, but it's just not necessary.
exactly.
Are there any alternatives? And
Oh, Toms, can you hang on? That position. No, I was just having some imagination that after rook f d8, knight e7, king h8, bishop d6, rook e8. No, rook b d8,
oh,
rook b
sorry.
d8.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
over here.
No, it's just okay. It's just some crazy imagination. Rook f d8 and knight g5.
Oh, okay.
And then you take on e7, rook e7, bishop e7, rook d1, rook d1, bishop g2, knight f7, king g8, and then rook d8. Just some suddenly crazy thought there.
Okay, and then we could get to an endgame, but yeah, good. But there's king f7. That make it.
Yeah, that's just yeah, of course. You don't take the rook, but just take the knight. But in the in the first glance, like in the calculation, oh, you should take the rook, and then you go to this type of endgame. But of course, after king takes f7, rook a8, bishop a8, yeah, black is enjoying a free piece. Okay, so okay, it's not happening yet.
Some
Yeah,
moves have
so
been played, but I
no,
don't
I
see
don't think
them.
so. I don't think so. I think Salem is still thinking after bishop c5. Oh no,
Uh,
he
yeah,
made a move.
the clock is pressed towards white, and I think they mirrored already a few moves. Uh, yeah, the queen is already on a2, and some other stuff is also happening. There's a piece on b6. Yeah, I don't know what has been happening in this game, but hard to guess the moves. At the moment, they have not been updated in the board, so we don't exactly know what's played. But I guess the conclusion is that Black is doing very well here, right? And
Uh-huh.
just White's plan somewhere went very wrong, and probably this rook move was some critical something, and
Yeah. Wow, man, the top boards, they're interesting in their own ways. Like one of them is like a positionally interesting in the game between Anish Giri versus Rinat. But let's come back to the first board because something is finally happening between Seturaman versus Abdisator Nodirbak. And if any of you wondering why Nodirbak is, he keeps playing back to back tournaments, and he just finished the Grandchester in Romania just a day ago, and today he's already in Sharjah, United Arab Emirates, to play the Sharjah Masters Open. It's also because there's another incentive. Not only the tournament boasts the first prize is 15,000 US dollars, but also this tournament is a part of the FIDE circuit with a circuit that allows you to be qualified for the candidate. So this is why this type of tournaments is attracting so many top players. We have Abdusattorov here, we have Anish Giri, Parham, and etc., who are very much interested to be involved in the next candidate cycle.
And I assume that tournament with this kind of lineup, with this kind of average rating on top, is giving a lot of circuit points. So
Exactly. Exactly. And especially if you can be the first place outright, because if you share the first place, share the first place, then the points will be divided as well. So let's take a look at this game. I think we left it around Bishop D2 on the 17 moves and Queen A8.
yeah, here Queen E2 was played again, just a slow call move, improving the pieces. Bishop D8, a lot of maneuvering around. Uh, I think we could spend the entire broadcast trying to figure out all the nuances of why this particular move is better than another move, why players chose it. So we won't do that. Just we'll trust the players and their decisions. And so knight g5 was finally some action move, just going forward. And so bishop had to take probably the knight. It was very, very dangerous there on g5. And now white is enjoying the position with two bishops. Of course, still the nature of the position is very, very close. So two bishops don't have that much firepower, but there is no blocked pawn structure whatsoever. Like none of the pawns actually in the position, which is interesting how blocked each other out. So that is a good indicator that position will open up at some point, and two bishops has a potential to become very, very dangerous. And queen lands on this h5 square, which I mentioned as being very powerful in the setups with the knight on g6. And f4, yeah, just trying to take action, opening up the game and going for some attacking ideas. Again, seems somehow very, very natural suddenly the game from the white side. And e5. So black had to make a decision already. Couldn't keep waiting because I assume f5 is just too big of a threat. Knight has no squares from g6. It's actually trapped since we even have king on h8, the only square which typically is free for the knight to regroup to f7. It's also taken. So e5 was played to create a square on f4. But now the pawn structure is damaged. The pawn on f4 is basically gone, I guess. Just a matter of the time when it will be taken and in what way it will be taken. So g6 and queen h6 played. And this is the current position right now. It seems very pretty for white,
Yep, I
especially
totally agree with you.
especially with the now after g6, because before I was still wondering what happens on tactics on bishop takes e4, but now none of that is possible with the rook hanging on h8, and g5 feels like the kind of move that you should never be allowed to make. I don't know. It's
Yeah, I don't think you have to make a drastic change in the position for white because we don't have to sacrifice anything. Okay, just to solve one problem at a time. For example, in the current position after g5, e4 is hanging. After a move like knight c3, I don't see how black will be able to equalize the position. Just play patiently, yes. Preparing for e5, for example, or maybe try to incorporate the rook on a1 to any of the plans here, double up the rook maybe, or rook e2, rook f1, rook f3, rook h3. I know it's a long route, but just play patiently. You don't have to rush anything because the position is already very comfortable for white.
only way how black could get out is something in knight g8, king g7, and then also kind of regroup on the open files with the rooks.
But
Um,
that's the thing, no? If knight g8, then suddenly the knight is offside, and then you can push e5 right away, like after queen h5. And especially if you step up with the king to g7, it just makes g5 more appealing. Sorry, e5 more appealing.
yeah, e5, one big danger is the pawn on g2.
Aha.
It's there is a small risk involved. Maybe it's nothing, but this is something to seriously consider taking on G2.
Right. So yeah, do not be impulsive. So what if instead of queen h5, the queen can actually go to h3, so you can try to play e5 on the next move without risking anything.
Yeah, perhaps still rook e8 then is a good move to include, and stopping e5 in its tracks, and just looking to get out in a few moves. I do like White's position, but as always, I feel like going for something more energetic, and this is the safe approach that maybe also he would take because he is down to 20 minutes already on the clock, so going for some crazy tactical lines might not be that appealing. But there could be something here also along the lines of Rook C1 perhaps working out. Has to be calculated all. But to use the fact that the rook is tied down still to the f8 square, and I think at the moment we don't even have knight to g8 since this position even looks
Yeah.
to be one of the those cases where two rooks could be stronger than one than a queen, since in an open kind of game where the queen could be actively attacking pawns and king, it would be stronger than the two rooks. But here the queen is stuck behind the pawns. The black's pieces are all passive, so this doesn't seem to be too good. And that means that in this scenario, we are forced to give up the C file, which is a big drawback. And we still cannot take on E4, since the rook is hanging on F8. Now we can play knight G8 to finally relieve this pressure. But now, perhaps we still cannot take since rook is coming to C7 and there is a
Yeah.
checkmate on the 7th rank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and h6 doesn't help because you can just get into queen g6 next move. And yeah, it's GG then.
So, so yeah, this could be just exploiting the black's position in a way that nothing is ready for this kind of game, active game. And just even, I don't know, some move that doesn't blunder, of course, which could be, I don't know, rook f7 or something. Okay, rook c7 is, of course, the move that we want to play and so on, but I just wanted to illustrate the point that even if you get d5 here, I think
Mm.
white is just
Yeah.
crushing positionally, since the bishop is getting cut off and knight is coming somewhere beautiful.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. I think, I mean, G5 itself, although it might be necessary, but it's already like a decisional mistake when you're fixing this pawn structure to white's liking, because even without so let's say g5, yeah, even without rook c1, you mentioned this idea before, that to play d5 immediately, it's also looking very, very nice because you have knight d4, knight e6 with the fork. And that is why Nordirbeck took the pawn on f5 to create some more initiative, because I think he understood after g5 it only white who is playing for a win, but g takes f5 is still trying to pose some problem into white's position.
Yeah, we did not look at this move for some reason,
Mm-hmm.
but it makes a lot of sense. But it's also extremely tactical. So knight f4 is, I guess, principled reply now from the white, bringing the knight forward. We cannot play rook to g8 because f6 pawn is hanging. And then I guess the principled line is take on e4 and knight e6.
Yeah.
And what's that? Knight f4 was played. F takes e4 was played. Oh well. What is happening? What's the move here? Oh, knight f5 is the move. No, doesn't work. We have still queen hanging. By how quickly they played, there is something that saves black after knight e6. But now at the moment, what I see is we have a rook hanging, two rooks hanging actually, and a
Yeah,
checkmate hanging.
it's a triple attack.
I don't see what is the move. Are we
So
just go?
probably just something to get some, I don't know if you can call it a compensation. For example, of a knight e6, knight f5, queen f8, queen f8, knight f8, take on d3, and you're just pinning your hope on the pass pawn on d3 in the end. But I don't know whether it's enough, but it's something. Yeah, that's another question. What if you take the other? Yeah, but in this position, if you take the knight, then I take the bishop. Yeah, but your knight b6. Yeah, it's still.
Yeah, knight is coming.
Yeah.
I don't believe in this compensation. One pawn feels very little. We are very safe g3. Knight from h6 need at least two moves to get back into the game. We have d5 to close the bishop if we need to. So, and black doesn't even have a pawn for an exchange at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think we are missing something brilliant somewhere. Is it just rook g8 here?
Queen
No.
f6. Oh no no.
Oh, queen of 6.
There's queen f6 too, right?
Yeah, okay, that's just a checkmate. Okay. I wanted to sacrifice a queen somewhere, but that's not gonna work out. Uh, 96 is not played yet, so he is calculating also some line. But which is it? Nine, no, 98 doesn't help in my understanding too much. But we do need to save ourselves from the checkmate, so it has to be the knight f5 move. And he played a move. Is it 96? It looks like 96 from the camera. Yeah, 96.
Yes, 96. Yeah, it's the most natural move. Of course, you just want to keep attacking this position. Yeah. I believe it's gonna be a knight move, either it is knight g8 or knight f5, something to do with those moves. Yeah, not sure. Wow. Toms, it could be the upset on the first board in the first round even.
Yeah, that's just an illustration of how incredibly strong is this tournament. Because obviously, yeah, this is no regular first round pairing. Seth Huraman is extremely strong grandmaster. At the moment, he has lost some rating points. If I recall correctly, he was way above 2600
Mm-hmm.
before. So, uh, yeah, not an easy first round pairing in any way for Abu Sotoro. And yeah, we are seeing that on the board. It seems like a very, very tough position simply. He might just be objectively in trouble. And yeah, the lines with knight f5, I can see the compensation appearing. Yeah, really, in this kind of positions where rook is coming to c2, the pawn immediately is hanging on d4. But the position with the knight takes c7, unless there is something very nice for black in this particular position, like maybe queen c8 or something, I don't know. Protecting the knight, still this is hanging. And and then just take you on d3. This kind
Yeah,
of
but in this position, you're just attacking the knight on f5, right?
yeah, that's why I put my queen here. So let's say if you play something like this, I just want to take on d3.
Yeah, but it opens this knight to e6, for example, and then it's a double attack. How is the position after queen f5, rook g2, king f1?
I have no idea, but I'm
I
just
think
wondering.
I'm willing to
Looking,
take this risk. It doesn't look really dangerous for white. Queen f6 is coming. There is d2 with the idea of queen c4.
d2 looks nice.
So yeah, let's take f6. Should we take f6? And then what else? Yeah.
Oh, but we don't even have rook e2 to queen c1.
Yeah, queen c1.
This actually could work.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be some crazy line like this because the obvious line seems to be almost winning for white. So some trick. I would not expect that the Sutaro hasn't prepared something for this line.
Can we see it once more? Just double checking if we're missing anything on the way.
So just here to take on c7 and then to just play instead of taking on h6.
Queen c8, yeah? Okay.
So now the queen is hanging. We can take on f8 and take on e4. That should give a better position for white, but it's not like it's still very double-edged, I think, because in this could be the position where queen is in no way worse than two rooks. It's gonna get
But how
active.
to proceed? How to proceed this position? Because now you have an attack to the bishop. If you take the bishop, rook takes bishop, only move is knight g7, but you just double up the rook on e file.
Okay, so we take, and we go
Oh, you just go away, yeah?
queen f7, perhaps. Attacking the knight, and yeah, and it's a game. If something like here, we still have some moves like d5, perhaps, pushing the pieces backward even more. Yeah, it seems to be very balanced, and actually even still with some risk for the for white, as the pawn structure is rather weakened. We have a lot of weaknesses also in the white's camp, and the queen has potential to be surprisingly strong. So it could be a game. So maybe then it's so not queen f8, so it should
Not
be.
queen f8, yeah. What if I try something else? Something like queen c1?
I was thinking maybe queen h3, queen c1. Yeah, just defending the knight. Okay.
Just to show the idea that after takes knight e6, and then if you take the queen, then you have to take it. No, you can take either way because d2 is not a. Yeah, I think you still can take on with the a rook because e8,
Then we
f8 is
have
still
no
hanging.
defense against rook g8, though. None of the rooks get to the second rank, and if we play g3, we are met by d2.
Do we have to defend it? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking rook c7, but you can just take the g2 with the bishop, for example. Yeah, that's true. By the way, we have a move, knight g8 is on the board, yeah? So
Wow, knight g8. So not what happens now? Then we have none of this counter game on the g file. So what is the move after rook takes c7?
you have to take the queen, of course. Or maybe, okay, just the other idea of queen c8 doesn't work here because the knight is not hanging on f5. Hang on. If queen c8 happens, then you just play queen c1 maybe.
Yeah, but
Or
maybe there is.
because you don't have rook g8 anymore attacking g2. So yeah, just knight e6. If you take on c1, I can even take it with the a rook, and then I'll go depending on where your rook goes later on.
But perhaps there is some compensation. Like this bishop is powerful enough, and let's say perhaps this position is playable. It's hard to believe with the knight on g8 that it could be playable, but as knight f4 is so powerful, just defending and attacking at the same time. But maybe we manage something like d2, rook c2, and it's not so easy to get rid of the d2 pawn with the support of bishop a6, or start attacking the a4 pawn as well.
Or maybe that's why instead of knight f4, you play rook ec1, offering this trade again. And if you play rook e8, now knight f4, so that there is no rook c2 coming. So if you play d2, then simply just play rook d1.
It's not over.
It's not over, yeah. But at least everything is in the okay, let's play g3. And then after rook takes, I can play one thing is to play king after king e3. But maybe there's knight e7, knight f5. So another thing is to just simply play like b3, rook a2. Oh, but there is now
Bishop
bishop
f3 is
f3.
coming.
Yeah, it's scary. Ugh, I don't like this.
Yeah, this pawn. It could be. It could be that he's basing counter game based on the pawn, the d pawn on d3. In the same time, I believe there should be a way for white to keep a very
Oh,
clear
sorry, sorry.
advantage.
There is a way. There is a way. After rook e4, knight d3 instead of g3.
Knight, sorry, where?
Yeah, knight d3.
Okay.
If you take, then I'll take.
If you take, then yeah. But what if I go here?
All right, then.
So
I
yeah,
might.
I'm gonna show your point, but yeah, it's here, here,
Yeah, I might. Yeah,
and
yeah.
then
Rook
just
e2
continue,
is there. Yeah,
and we managed to defend everything.
that's right. Yeah, but there is rook e2. Yeah.
Of course, we can repeat the position, but it feels
Yeah,
like we want something more with white then.
definitely.
And knight f2, it feels wrong to me. Maybe it's
Yeah.
fine, but the knight is just gonna be joining the game. We are stuck. We have no way out with the rook from a file. Like no moves whatsoever. We can't even play rook a3 as it's just a
Mm-hmm.
checkmate already on e1. So it's too passive. I think he should be ready to make a move very, very soon already. What is the time situation? Um, don't exactly see the time, but we see in the camera that it's white to move. So he's still thinking. Mm, hmm.
Yeah.
But what if we now take that on f8 in this kind of scenario? Since there is no clear game on the g. Oh no, there's rook c. What is this position? Here, here,
Takes g2,
here, here.
and then just takes b2 with the idea of bishop a6.
Yes.
Uh-huh. And
So what I'm playing for is just to punish the position of the king and the knight. Some ideas connected with rook e8 and just winning the game on the spot.
mm-hmm.
Although maybe just bishop c6 seems very slow, but
You're also attacking a4, right? Yeah.
no squares useful at all forward. It's a very funny position. Maybe d5 now.
Yeah,
If you
maybe.
take and
And
then
rook
any.
h3. Oh, okay. I
Oh,
thought you want
that.
to play rook h3 immediately.
Oh, rook h3 also is. I didn't see that, but
But king g7, okay, king g7, knight e6, and suddenly you're more active.
I am losing all my pawns. I can go back. Maybe getting the other rook in, just to have the maximum number of the pieces attacking, just
Mm-hmm.
of that kind of principle. And because we have double threat, also rook g4, as there is an idea of rook g4, knight e7, rook g7, and then a mate on h7 or the knight hanging at the same time.
Yeah. Um,
But
it's
that's
just that
risky.
It's just that whenever you play rook h4, there's bishop c2. So probably I have to stay put by playing rook a2 and just to see where but you play rook g4.
Yeah, then this idea works out perfectly. Yeah, rook g4, rook g7. That's although knight h6 is. Oh no, we have now rook h4. Okay. I thought after rook g7 that we play bishop c2 and we still hold, but now rook h4 just finishes the game here. Uh, okay, that's crazy complicated position.
Can we start checking the king then when the knight is on g8? Like rook a1, rook a2, just to see okay, rook a2 again. And yeah, in this position, yeah. Yeah, the king will just approach the rook. So yeah, no, that's not a ideal situation.
But maybe
Okay,
we can
so
take on d5 simply with black, not on a4. I don't know, maybe it's no problem that rook gets to e8. As the bishop is defending, and we just need few moves to get out with all the pieces.
mm,
It's a lot to take in, a lot to calculate. Now,
exactly.
and it can
Um,
backfire because white is losing all the pawns. So what is our conclusion? Does Abu Satoro has a practical compensation here after 96 or no?
so he will replay the g8, right? Yeah, so probably after knight g8. Yeah, I think we've covered both variations to take on f8 and take on c7. Is there anything else?
Oh, we can also not take. We can make another move, not to exchange. But then we are going to be forced to take on c7 anyways, and it's going to be the same position after queen c8.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we're gonna have to take one of the rooks no matter what.
Yeah, and I think they already played some move. And trying to see the position on the board. Are there any pieces on different squares that what we have? Maybe no. Oh yeah, the time. White is down actually to 7 minutes. We look at
Wow.
that is very, very low. So he is calculating. Of course, now if he goes for some endgame, which is just practical, technical, he can manage with the time trouble as well. But he's not sure. He's not sure. It's a big moment. Also, I guess there must be a stress to be playing against such a col- such a level player, and just to be in so good position because he must know that this position should be good, but and you don't want to mess it up. You want to be accurate. You want to keep the advantage going, but in the same time,
Yeah, at the
uh,
same time, time is ticking, right? Yeah, I think both players know that in the current situation, white is better, and he took on c7, is it?
yeah, knight c7. That's what he did. Okay, are we gonna see instant queen c8? No, he takes on h6. Okay, I don't understand. I thought that this, uh, and they have take on a8 and take on d3. That's already played.
Yeah, we saw this position briefly and then we stopped calculating after knight takes b6. Just saying that this position is better for white anyway. And that just happened. So what is the counter chance here? Because white is just simply an exchange up. So black has to somehow find some compensation at the very least. Like, but what can black do? knight f5, maybe rook g8, maybe.
I guess it should be knight f5, bring the knight in the game, but then we'll lose the d3 pawn. Huh.
Knight f, yeah, maybe knight f5. And if you play, for example, rook d1 and then rook g8, and the thing is, after g3, you take on d4, and then if rook d3, knight f3, and finally you have a compensation.
Yeah, you could win the exchange back in this kind of way.
Or you
But
don't have to take. You can, no, no. After knight d4, you can actually play rook e7.
you can play d5 here.
You can play d5 as well, just to stop all this idea in the diagonal. But there is knight h4.
Oh, okay. So we still have the threat of fork there.
Yeah. And if you play rook d3, knight takes g2, and then there might be some, yeah,
Or maybe not,
discovery.
because we have rook g3.
Ah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, this actually works out for white, miraculously. So maybe rook takes g2. Knight f5 is played.
Mhm.
I
Okay.
think, but this is a great chance. This is a great chance for Seto Rahman to make a very big upset in our day in round one.
Yeah. It seems to be quite a trend here. For example, in the last Qatar Masters Open in December 2024, just a few months ago, Nordirbeck also lost the first round. And it was also a 9-round event. And in the remaining 8 rounds, he remained undefeated. So he eventually scored 7 out of 9. After the first loss, then he made 6 wins and 2 draws in the end. So yeah, and now he might actually lose again in the first round of this event. Sharjah Masters, but he's known as a very good fighter. So regardless of the result, he's going to bounce back. And we have a result on the first. Hang on, this doesn't look like a correct. Wait, can we go to the fifth board? Is there a transmission error, or is it really happening that Salim Saleh blundered? No, right?
Yeah, since the game is already over, we see the evaluation bar, but it's the kind of how are the kings standing? The black king is on d5, so it would indicate that black lost, yes.
Wow, Salim blundered then. Can we see what's happening in the last moves? Because we saw it, we saw the position after bishop c5. It was move 22. And he took on a2, and it was given 2 question marks here. Because there, okay, because there,
Okay.
okay, Tom, please explain. Because it looks like it's a normal move. If okay, after queen a2, white also made another blunder because after knight e7, apparently, white would have been better. But instead, white played knight b6, and that was the blunder. But it didn't stop there.
But I think we had some transmission error in this game early on with this rook d3, and I think we cannot rule out that there was
Yeah.
some transmission error also later because look at how can there be queen a2 played and just giving up the piece for free in this kind of way, and then the white doesn't take it when it's just for free to be taken. Because this line does not seem complicated. We just have a very clear position of two pieces against the rook, like with no tactics. You just clearly take a piece.
Mhm.
And the same way, like knight b6 as a move, I think it doesn't make sense really here. So what I'm guessing is that there was some sort of a mix-up in move order, and knight b6 was played attacking the queen on a8, and then queen takes a2 was played, and then so I think we saw The actual game was uh, something like this: Rook d8, knight b6, queen a2, and we reached the same position, like in the game, just in a different move order, because this is what we got on the board. None of those moves seem very,
To
very
be
likely.
making sense, yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. So yeah, we can rule this out. So that's I think my suspicion is confirmed that there should be some transmission error in the moves. Um, but
Yeah,
let's see.
so we don't know what exactly happened in the game, and also the final position in no way would Salam here resign. It's never happening. It's better for white, two bishops, two pieces for a rook, but there's a passed b pawn. I mean, it's even without the b pawn, it would be just well, you would be playing this on still for an hour or two, just resiliently defending. So yeah, we don't really know what happened in this game, but with the result, looking at the camera, is that
Yeah.
white won.
We'll get our friends on site to check it for us later. What is really happening on this game? Whether the result is confirmed, which we have a doubt that it is not the final result. It's just how the result was automatically being put in the computer since maybe you put the wrong king. Maybe I don't know. We still don't know what is actually happening on this game. So but the result just popped out on my screen, and then I was curious on how that was happening because in the last moment we checked this game, Salim was winning, and suddenly he lost. Yeah, we still don't know yet. Okay, so meanwhile, I think we can come back to the top boards. Which one would you like to check? Back to Saturaman Abdusattorov or Anish versus Jumabayev?
Yeah, I think we can check some other games and let's see how the game developed on board two. Uh, it looked like it's going to be a very pleasant end game for Anish, but he's down on clock. He's down to 4 minutes already. So I guess it's not that easy to convert it. There's an extra pawn for white. So just quickly uh, running through, since all the games actually are running into time trouble. So we don't really have too much time
Mhm.
to be hovering over some games. So we saw bishop b2, and he just didn't try to even defend the pawn. He just went a6 here. And now it was just a question for white which way they take the pawn. If they take immediately on d4, if they take on a6, if they play a4 first, which he did. So exchange of rooks, bishop c5, and now he just took the pawn with a comfort rook. And yeah, trying to grind out this kind of endgame. So the b pawn is getting exchanged for another b pawn, and we have this funny kind of endgame with 5 pawns against 4. Uh, looks like a very good chance for white to win. It's uh, hmm. Yeah, white is probably just going to be advancing the pawns step by step, making sure that black doesn't get any counter game. And I guess from the just theoretical perspective on whether this position can be defended or no from the black side is, can we exchange bishops? Everybody, yeah, has heard probably the jokes about every rook endgame being a draw, which is not exactly the case, but rook endgames do promise to give extra drawing resources. So if we would remove the bishops here, uh, what do we think? Is this like a classic scenario of 5 against 4, or the fact that the black pawn is on the c file make a difference somehow in favor of black?
Oh, I think it's gonna be a grind in this one. Yeah, I don't know which one I prefer because every scenario looks miserable anyway. But now rook c4 is on the board. Is c7 just hanging then, or is there any way? Oh, bishop g4 probably is the move. But then I think you'll be happy to exchange this pawn on e2 with the pawn on c7 and f7.
I am
So,
not certain about that, if he should be happy about it.
okay, so let's just see it on the board. Bishop g4 takes king g1. I don't know, g1, let's put it. And maybe you're gonna be back to h5.
Yeah, we cannot take on d3 since now we would drop 2 pawns. That is not so good. So bishop h5. Because now, for sure, we are happy to exchange bishops. So now
Mm,
this would be a theoretical draw on rook endgame if you remove the bishops. So that would mean that there,
g4.
there should be a defensive resources.
Yeah, and then I
g4.
think you have to take its only move, right? Because if bishop g6 f5, that doesn't work. Yeah, takes on f7, king e8, rook g7, and you're suddenly 2 pawns up.
Maybe I can still fight in this one. Not sure. Um, since now, if we exchange this, again, we have a draw on rook endgame. So we have we have what to work with, and perhaps even just bishop e4, bishop
Bishop
f5,
c4,
yeah,
c4.
and rook d2 or something.
Yeah. And what if I just, yeah, try to hold everything? Like maybe, yeah,
Yeah,
rook
and maybe
g3, rook e5, or I don't know.
and maybe we can just stand since the king is cut off.
That's true.
There might be no progress for white.
Yeah, that's not the ideal situation. Okay, if bishop g4 takes,
Hmm.
takes.
So yeah, the idea was here just to show that bishop e4 is not exactly working because you just play and one of those pawns is falling. And and we are struggling with a very passive king on g1.
Yeah. Okay, then if bishop g4, what should I do? Just e3?
So it's this kind of position e3. I guess we are gonna keep losing pawns again. Hmm.
But there's difference, no? If you play e3 and then bishop e2, let's say, and then king e1, bishop d3, rook c7. I don't know. Actually, maybe king is better going to g1. Well, okay, we'll figure it out later.
Yeah, but now we can just take on h2 as well,
Yeah,
and then we can take here.
yeah. So okay, maybe it's better to play king g1 then.
King g1, and hmm, very curious. So okay, we exchange. We have to defend.
And
And here.
f5.
Oh, okay, we have f5. That is powerful.
Yeah,
Now I see the idea here, and then the idea is
and g4.
so we can take.
Take. Yeah, I don't know, e4 first, yes. And takes on g7. Yeah, I think this is a preferred position for white. Now the king is no longer controlling g7 and you have pass pawns. But okay, e4 was played and maybe that's just better anyway, just to immediately play e4. I don't know why I chose to play e3, but that was pretty much the idea. And maybe with e4, you don't have an idea to play bishop d3, bishop g6 anymore. But yes, you're right. What happened after rook takes h2?
And I was
Rook
thinking
c7.
just rook endgame with a king cut off on the first rank. It should be possible to go for rook endgame already.
Yeah, but I want to try to solve this in a tactical way. I know it looks so bad, but I just have this curiosity. What happened after f5?
Okay, f5, so we take
Takes
take, and then
takes. If you play rook d2, I have d6, and you cannot take the pawn because it's a checkmate. So f6. And here, oh, now I just rook c8 and and then d7 and white
oh,
wins,
so
right?
yeah, so we have to go king e8. Yeah,
You have to,
king e8.
and then we can play. Hmm. And then we can play rook e7 check. If you play king d8, I take the pawn. Yeah, and then if you take that, I play king. Oh, rook g7 should be enough to win. I think this position is winning, right? And then king g2, king h3.
If we manage to defend f5 pawn, because this is coming immediately. So like king g2, we can go here. Here we might have h5.
Oh, but in this position you have rook g6, no?
We can just retreat.
Ah.
uh,
Okay, but
yeah,
this is
it's
interesting. It
crazy.
is interesting. No, it's just the idea. I just want to showcase another idea after rook e7. It's just if you are stubborn of protecting the pawn king f8, you have rook e3, and suddenly white is winning. d7, rook e8 cannot be stopped. Actually, you can. No, 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 d7 is coming up. But like rook a2, d7, rook a8. Ah, this is another question.
Oh, it doesn't
Yeah,
win.
it
Okay.
doesn't win it. Okay, I was wrong then.
And we actually meant lose the pawn immediately. Huh.
Or maybe you just go to the other side. Okay, rook e7, king f8, just go rook a8, king e8, and then you go rook a8, king d7, and rook f8, something like that.
I feel like this should be,
This should be drawn, yeah? Yeah, the king is active.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
very active.
Okay, Rinat already played something. What is it?
I think he took on h2. I think I see the rook on h2. And I think I was seeing a similar structure. Like when saw the rook c4 moment, bishop g4 idea, I can't shake off the feeling that I have seen the similar pawn structure, and in that game, exactly the thing happened that white was attacking the c pawn, and black managed to launch a counterattack on the e2 pawn and made it a kind of comfortable
Mhm.
draw. And that the key was to improve the pieces and not allow that. And yeah, it was of course a bit different, probably the placement of the pawns and stuff like this, but just this idea that this kind of 5 against 4, rook and the bishop against the rook and the bishop, and yeah, this bishop g4 idea and pressure on the second rank is very, very nice counter game.
Yeah, Anish has to make his move faster though because he's now just under 2 minutes. Um,
But he is not risking, of course. He can,
mhm.
worst case scenario, he's just gonna make a draw if he doesn't find a win. But I think he already missed his chance for a significant advantage. He's gonna try to grind it out, play for the tricks, but the king is cut off like
F5.
crazy. Oh wow. I wanted to say that we switched boards. By the way, we have already results on board 3 and 4. They both finished with a draw, which is
Yeah, we're going to look at those later because it's still like a very shaky moment here in the top two boards. So f5 already happens, and the bishop has to go to h5 if f7 was hanging. Ah, this is a very clever move because you also have a pawn g3, g4 as a decoy ladder. So how do we do this position then? How do we defend as black?
okay. So I'm gonna
Yeah, if you play rook d2, then rook c7. And okay, rook f7 and then king g8. Wow, okay.
I don't know
Mm,
actually, but now at least my rook is not hanging, so it is an option. But okay, maybe rook d7, making sure that we cannot go with the king here or
mhm.
here. So king has to go
King
back to
f8.
b8. Perhaps king f2, just coming forward. Oh, it might be very hard to progress. Say we play king f2, I'm just gonna play h5 and just gonna wait. And I don't see a way forward for white.
Yeah, but I was just thinking, I mean, it should be winning somehow. I just couldn't find the right continuation to. Okay, this looks like should be the moves, right? And then we just have to take it from here. What could it be then?
Now we have a rook hanging, so we do
Mm-hmm.
need to move the rook. It has to be a rook check. Uh, Maybe we don't need rook on d7, but not sure where it could make a difference, as I don't believe that this endgame is gonna be winning if we play rook b3, since we can take and king e7, king here, and we are just in time to put the king on e5.
Yep, yep. And there's a fortress there. Okay, do we have a move? It looks like some moves have been made.
Um, yeah, I don't see on the camera. It's looks actually the same still the position. I think that white is thinking.
Yeah, f5 is the last move being played.
Uh, should we see switch quickly to development on board one?
Oh yeah,
Because
should we should, yeah. Let's see what's happening there because Saturaman is still maintaining the advantage and is looking very ready to score his first upset of the event. So we saw the position after knight a8 and then it takes d3, knight b6 and knight f5.
rook a d1 was played, and instead of the other moves, bishop a6. Yeah, we didn't look at this move, but it makes perfect sense. The d3 pawn is the main source of hope for black in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Knight coming back in the game, very logical. Uh, just to use the advantage, you need all your pieces playing. So knight d4 and now knight c7. Trying to win it tactically, I guess. But the
Yep, and
time
bishop c4, trying to cage the knight on c7.
time situation
Wow.
is crazy. Like we have the time trouble. Yeah. So the idea of knight c7 was to force the knight to e2. Maybe not the best square for the knight. It kind of looks like ooh, but bishop f7. Oh, he's regrouping to g6 and stopping also
Mm-hmm.
rook e8. Okay, rook e8 was also a threat to exchange these rooks because with the knight on e2 and exchanging the rooks, there would be no risk anymore from the white. So the point is, if we take rook d3, there's bishop g6, and we don't manage to collect stuff. We have to lose an exchange. It
Or
might be hard.
we give back the exchange and win a few uh, pawns on the way. So probably if we take on d3, bishop g6, and maybe rook takes e2, bishop d3, rook d2, and then we pick up the d6 pawn as well. But okay, there's rook c8, takes rook c2. Yeah, it's gonna be into black's favor how things are turning out because black was losing, but suddenly now black has a hope to equalize the game. So if we don't give back the exchange, what should we do? There's a move there. Rook e7.
I like that move. Yeah, it's such a practical
Mm-hmm.
move. Knight is protected. There will be no tempos with that. Well, black has to play bishop g6 probably anyways. Oh, and then we
And
can start collecting.
yeah, so bishop g6 probably is going to plate, and then I think you have to do something with the knight, right?
We just go and collect here,
Oh, just collect, yeah.
or to collect like this. Yeah, the something has to be attacked. Um, it's not easy decision which pawn to attack, but I'll say rook d7.
Yeah. If there is any like rook b8, then you can just, what can you play? Knight b5. But if I play rook c8, going to c2, let's say,
Maybe king 2.
just king
e3 still.
e3.
Although we
Mm-hmm.
have a check. I don't know if that helps.
Then we go knight somewhere. Oh, yeah, rook c8 again, going to c2.
Maybe then we have also rook c7 or something.
But we see none of that because Nordirback played knight f4 instead of bishop g6.
Yeah, so he wants to keep definitely knight tricks are alive in the air, in the position where opponent is in time trouble. But knight on e2 was not threatening anything. There were no possibilities for any tricky checks, and knight has to get back if possible. I guess the critical question is what happens after g3? I guess he wants to play knight g6 and regroup to e5. That would be a beautiful square for the knight. Say here, here. Now knight gets to e5. And yes, we lost the pawn, but perhaps we have enough piece coordination to actually launch some counter game. So that's why rook e4 was played. He
Rook
does
e4
want
was played. Mm-hmm.
he
Is
does
there
want
any?
to block the g6 square to be able to take the d3.
Yeah, but where do you put your knight then?
You can go knight e2, and that's gonna be a twofold repetition already. But and then I think white would just improve something different. And what was played? Something was played. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
something was played.
I think knight is on e2. Yeah, knight e2, rook d2. So he does not repeat the position again, but he goes rook d2. Uh, just defending the b2 pawn. It is an important pawn.
Yeah, and now the rook is free to go, probably to e7, somewhere like that. And then if knight f4, then just play g3. Okay, but we always have bishop g6 on the air. Um, Nordirback just played something. We'll have the move very soon. Okay, bishop g6 is already played. And where does the rook go? If rook e7, then maybe black or rook e6, yeah, starting to collect this pawn. And if after rook c8, just play knight d5 maybe? Or
Or
knight
yeah,
b5, whichever, yeah?
I guess. Oh, I have no idea which. Yeah, but the idea was that rook c2, king e3.
The king e3 is, yeah, king e3. King e3 is right on the spot.
Okay. Uh, Yeah, something to note about this position is that despite there being a tricky knight jumps and us not being sure how to win this position from the white side, uh, and white being very low on the time, there is absolutely zero risk here from the white. Like white is playing for two results. Like doesn't matter how low he's on time, he's gonna always manage to give up an exchange back and make a draw. So even blunder usually will be just blundering an exchange back, and it will be just a draw. So it's a very comfortable situation.
Right. Okay, so, but still, Nordirback is pinning his hope on the d3 pawn and on the time situation because now Seturaman is, okay, if we have the time situation correctly, he's just about 1 minute. But his position is not so much into a very risky situation. So I think Saturn is pretty well, better in the position. Do we have a move after what was the last move? Rook e7?
Yeah, rook e7. But now, I just wondering what happens if the knight starts to go around. Might be uncomfortable to make a next move from white. White now.
Can I over a trade by playing knight e6?
Oh, we have a trade. Okay, I see. Yeah, so not knight d4. That's trade. Of course, we'll just
Yeah.
seal the deal.
Rook
And
c8.
let's see it. Okay, trying to tie down white's position. Are we gonna see king e3 now?
I like king e3. Yeah, it limits the knight activity. And then maybe after king e3, you want to start pushing the pawn as a decoy so that the bishop is losing its control over the pawn on d3 or something else too. I mean, in this type of situation, just make moves, right? Something that is not committal. Okay, but Saturn chose to play h4 right away.
That is slightly committal, actually, since we allow h5 and we allow the scenario where potentially the h pawn can be blocking two pawns at the same time, especially if the bishop sometime later lands on g4.
Yep.
But again, that's not happening.
H5 is already on the board, and then oh no, not h5, knight c1. Yeah. What is the idea? Knight b3, of course. And is that it? So if I play h5 right now, knight b3, rook d1, bishop g4, sorry, bishop f5 g4.
Okay, but that's
Takes.
a lot of pawn exchanges.
Yeah, but okay, I'll take on d6, take on h5, f6 as well.
That could be a draw close to it. Like one pawn left. We don't get checkmated.
So I'm going to try to give some checkmate then, if possible. Okay, but we have moves coming in. What is it? Okay, not h5, but g4. And knight b3 is already played, and now the rook is hanging. I think you don't have to think, yeah? Rook d1 should be the move.
Yeah, that's played. And d2 played. Okay, d2 is being still tricky,
Yep,
but
bishop c2 is the idea.
it's not easy. Is he gonna give up an exchange? I think he's gonna go for some endgame, giving back the exchange now. Yeah, he does that. King e3. But we lose the a4 pawn, which is kind of a problem, I think. After bishop c2 and rook takes d2, I guess he's gonna take, since he didn't see another move in the time trouble, we lose the a4 pawn. And then he might go for a checkmate, I think. With knight d5, knight s6, and the checkmate on h7. But something has gone a bit, I think, wrong for white here. The time trouble, this d2 idea was missed. Yeah, the exchanges are happening on d2.
Okay, so king e3, yeah. So if bishop c2 happens, then you just simply take everything, yeah? And then you have all of these pawns starting to attack the king, perhaps. Um, knight d5, attacking f6 and then threatening a mate, maybe. That's also one way. Or just keep the knight.
Oh,
No, if you keep the knight on c7, then there is like rook b8.
yeah, we don't have a way to progress if we keep the knight on c7. So 95 seems like a good way to proceed.
I think you can just play rook c2 here.
Oh wow, you can.
Yeah. And then takes bishop c2 is there.
But this could be lost, couldn't it be? Like just uh hmm, so close to checkmate.
Yeah, so close yet so far. Like how do we I mean there's always some counterattack that black can do. Of course, ideally you would like to keep pushing your pawns to h6 so that you can have rook e8. But whenever there's h6, the bishop can go to g6, rook to b8
No,
maybe.
my idea will be h6 g6, h5 g6, and checkmate.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah.
Cover the diagonal.
But we have a move. So knight d5 instead of rook c2, rook f8. So Nodibek decided to defend the f6 pawn like that.
I think it could be very hard to stop this plan, just to cover the diagonal and to avoid the checkmate. Maybe it's possible something like this, and now like rook f8 or something, just to attack the knight. But it's just like totally living on the edge here. uh, I guess it stops it. Yeah, I guess the f6 would be hanging. But yeah, they have different moves, and rook f8, rook a7. White is still better here, but the advantage is much smaller. The big issue in the black's position is that you cannot play f5 as you would like to exchange those pawns. Then I think it would be very comfortable already. But then it's
Mm-hmm.
always g5 and knight f6
Yeah.
coming.
Yeah. Okay, so white is still definitely better, but Nordrbak is closing into equalization, and let's see if he could defend this game until the very end. And do we have a move after rook a7?
I think it's gonna be either one of those bishop moves, just kicking the knight away from the super comfortable square in d5, or forcing some sort of an endgame.
Yeah, we'll see very soon. Again, both players, especially Sethraman, he's in time trouble. Uh, wow. I think we can quickly jump into the second board, please, because we might be seeing the conclusion of that game very soon. I don't know for which side. It looks very much simplified compared to what we saw last.
Yeah, we just saw a handshake. A draw is, or yeah, draw has been agreed. Or no, or white won. Wait, what happened? Now I'm just looking at the board. Oh, he
White
won.
won. Because rook h8, you cannot stop it, right?
Oh, did he blunder in time trouble something?
Probably. Yeah. Wow, we landed to this moment at the very perfect time. So we saw the move some time ago after f5. It's move 32.
Oh yeah, we saw this. And instead of rook f7, he took bishop f7.
Aha. This is what we missed, right? We only calculated rook takes f7.
Yeah, and then
You're creating a matting net around the black's king with the bishop g6, h5, but then check. And then you have, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to show after rook f7, if king g8, then you walk into this type of mate rook e7, rook e8. But yeah, it didn't happen.
yeah,
So
and here, as we can see, rook e4 was the losing move, and as we see by the bar, also it was still a draw, and he just needed to play h4.
yeah. So it's a losing move because after h6, you cannot stop these two attacks, yeah, rook h8, and the rook is also hanging on e4. So he made one more move, rook e2, after f6, but that really didn't really help the position because you cannot really stop rook h8. If king g8, you have f7, then rook h8, and then you promote. Wow, okay, so let me see once again after h4, what's the difference? So if you play, instead of taking, if you play h4, if you play f6, what's happening? The king is caged, maybe? Ah, you just play rook g3, and whenever the king steps to the king f1 or f2, there is rook f3. So the king can only go to h and g file, in which case you just keep checking. Ah, that is the point, I see.
Yeah, that is tricky. And if rook h4, then we just take on e4, and after
Mm-hmm.
f6, we already have bishop
Yeah,
f3 and rook exchange.
yeah.
Yeah. So there was a draw, but of course, yeah, tricky in time trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Very easy to
Yeah.
miss it. And
So we are left with only one game in the top five boards. Then our first board is still currently playing. And meanwhile, I would just like to update ourselves on other results. We have, especially my fellow female players here, uh, Zujiner drew against me in Ngok Trong Son, and I also saw Bibisara. Bibisara is still playing against Abhijit Gupta. It's pretty interesting position, to be honest. And also Theodora Inyach, she lost to Ivan Zemlyansky. So I think only three. Oh, Divya. Divya is also in the A group. Divya Desmukh, she unfortunately lost to her fellow Indian player, Bharat Subramaniam. So, okay, four girls in the A group. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm very happy that the organizer gave them opportunities to play, even though they are below 2,500. But yeah, they gave the wildcards to a few of them. All right. So, anything happening on the game, Seturaman Nodubak?
so he chose not to go for rook endgame. It could be still very complicated rook endgame. So it's understandable that because if you do exchange, then the d pawn is hanking, and these kind of positions can be also just lost since b4, b5 is going to
Mm-hmm.
come very quickly. Then king can come to a5, and yeah, we're promoting very, very fast. And there's just no reason to rush with this. So activating the king, an important piece in the endgame, and but yeah, you will not have a possibility to exchange the knights anymore. There was also a move knight h4, equally knight f4 with ideas knight h5, equally interesting. He opted for knight e3, the safe move. Probably we're gonna see something like bishop e6 very soon. Or no, actually bishop e6 has a problem because suddenly the pawn is running very quickly. We lose our blockade on b3 with this move. It's still an uncomfortable endgame. Now the knight f5 is a very direct threat. D6 pawn can be hanging. There can be threats against the second rank. Also, we just want to play rook b5 and start pushing the b4 pawn. So nothing is over. Nothing is over at all in this game, and some tough decisions to be made. But compared to where the position was at when White had an extra exchange. This is a big progress, and for sure, Black is feeling hopeful that he's gonna manage to hold this one.
Yeah, yeah. And normally bishop against knight in such a position, bishop is more superior. So yeah, there should be some compensation to the outset pass pawn of the b4. And okay, we have a move, and after knight e3 is rook b8. Yeah.
Wow.
So you're allowing d6 to be captured, but there should be some trick there.
So yeah, I'm just wondering what is the trick in this one.
You
We are
might
not going to
actually
g6, right?
No, you might actually go back rank maybe to f8 or but after knight takes yeah, what happens after knight takes
Then we have
d6?
rook d8 probably.
Okay, so that's a
Not
trick if king c3
actually, I don't know
takes
because
rook b4 but there's rook a4.
we also
So
got
it's
rook
just a free
a4.
pawn.
Perhaps we have an intermediate check just to draw the king away. and then going for the pawns. But it seems to be balancing on the edge. White is gonna lose some pawn on the queen king side, but the b pawn is gonna get very quick, and the king is also gonna activate and cause some some uncomfortable situation for
Yeah,
black king.
yeah. Yeah,
And also,
it's just a free pawn too.
and we don't need to take on d6 as well here. We can still can we just play king c3?
Yeah, king c3 was actually, I think it was played, no? Or there's still no decision yet.
Yeah, they have played king c3 and so they have this position. So they played king c3, bishop e6. He didn't give a check. He's keeping the knight on e3. Knight is beautifully dominating the bishop, or the other way around. I don't know. Bishop is dominating the knight. Not sure which is which, but all the squares are perfectly yeah covered from both of these pieces.
Yeah.
And now he's repeating position with rook b8, trying to put white in somewhat uncomfortable spot, I guess, with a rook on a5. b5 might need to be played, but then we lose the control over the fifth rank, and it might give some possibility to some drawing motive like h5 here. All of a sudden, just using the fact that the fifth rank is covered, then we just want to exchange some pawns, and if we just take, king comes to h6, and bishop can be even given up for the b pawn as long as the king collects both h pawns. Um,
Okay, moves are coming in fast. I think there've been a few moves now after rook b8, king c3 again, rook c8, king d4. Wait, hang on. No, I don't think white should keep repeating. It's just, or maybe he's just trying to gain more time because okay, we already have the third repetition by black. It's just one more move by white if white does it, and then it's gonna be threefold repetition.
you know, I guess he needed to give the knight a5 check when it was still possible, and that would, if he can draw black's king backwards to the eighth rank, it's a big progress, and regardless of what follows, if there is a way to capitalize on the position that it is with the black's king being on the eighth rank and not defending any of the pieces. So, but he plays b5, of course.
b5, okay,
He
yeah.
tries. I wonder, yeah, h5 will be played? No, king g6. He just does it calmly.
Yeah, and then you just simply, I think, play a move like h5. Yeah, try to simplify the other side, and then at the very worst case scenario, in the end, maybe bishop can just exchange itself with the pawn, and then you come to this endgame with where you have a rook versus rook and knight, and it should be theoretically drawn. But yeah, I think it was a missed chance, yeah, by white. I think knight f5 still should have been played instead of what he did instead. King c3, was it?
Yeah, king c3 immediately and b4 immediately, and then black has created something like a fortress with an attack on the b pawn and all the checks, and the king cannot. King and rook is still passive. The d6 pawn is so nicely controlling together with the bishop everything here, and okay, he's trying with h5. Uh, that is a bit risky. What happens after king g5? Wow.
Yeah, maybe just push b6
King f4,
and
rook b5, maybe? No. What often happens is that one player has been dominating the game for the entire length of the game. That it's very hard to just settle down with the draw, and you keep pushing, and then you end up having to defend the position yourself because of that reason. That's a common scenario for me, and it's very hard to admit. No, the draw is made after h5. Immediately a draw. Okay, so he played h5,
so
offered the draw, and that's it.
Wow. Okay. Wow. It was quite a roller coaster too. Seth Rogen was, yeah, like what you said, he's been dominating almost throughout the game. But Abdushatarov once again proven to be a very tough player to beat, and he managed to find all of the defense and save half a point. And it's a very important half a point anyway, because this type of event is a very strong event. You cannot really afford of losing even half a point in the beginning of the tournament because yeah, eventually in my experience even the first winner will be sharing with a few other players and just winning a little tie break that makes him to be the first winner. So
But again,
we
we see,
have
yeah.
mhm,
No, I just it's very tough to beat these guys on the very, very top guys. Their
yeah.
resilience in defense. We also saw the same thing that uh, Woodward Andy didn't manage to also convert his what looked like a very promising position against Samuel Sevian as well, finished in a draw. So
Mhm.
just getting a good position is not enough against these guys. You have to have very big precision throughout the entire game to actually uh, convert it into something.
Right. So just to wrap things up, in the five top boards that we have we have two decisive results and three draws. And none of the draws are very peaceful because I think they were quite fighting in their own rights. And tomorrow, it's even going to be more exciting because the winners are going to play against also other winners, but tomorrow we'll be back 1 hour earlier, right, Toms? Because yeah, because today it was 1 hour later because there was an opening ceremony, but tomorrow we'll start at 3 p.m. local time, UAE time. So make sure you set your calendar right. And always a pleasure to commentate on Lichess. And this is my first time collaborating with you, Toms, and it was really a nice time. So yeah, thank you again very much for everyone who's watching. And any last words, Toms?
Yeah, thanks everybody for watching. It was a pleasure, Irene. And yeah, just looking forward to the next rounds. It should be a blast. It should be amazing. Even if the first round is already promising such fights, then we are just gonna see more and more exciting games. And yeah, tomorrow, 1 hour earlier, it's gonna be all the following rounds in the same time. Just the first round was 1 hour later. So have a good day, good morning, good evening, depending where you are all located, and see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.